Thoughts feel warm, like they're mine. I don't chase, I just arrive, floating somewhere in between tribes. Mind on airplane mode, feet don't touch the floor. Every worry pixelated, can't decode it anymore. Lavender static in my brain, soft brain falling sideways. I don't need answers tonight, just the glow in the afterlife. We dissolved and rearranged, high but calm, not running away. Lo-fi dreams in purple haze. I'm okay, I'm okay. Faces turn into mandalas, laugh track echo slow nirvana. Shadows dance, they know my name. Every scar just part of the frame. Thought I lost myself somewhere, found me chilling in the air. If the world ends, let away, I'm busy being wide awake. Breath sync with the beat, eyes closed, still see every moment stretching thin, like it's trying to speak to me. Lavender static in my brain, soft rain falling sideways. I don't need answers tonight, just the glow in the afterlife. We dissolved and rearranged, high but calm, not running away. Lo-fi dreams in purple haze. I'm okay, I'm okay. Am I the thought or the thinker? Am I the wave or the shimmer? If nothing's glow, let it be. Feels real enough to me. Smoke spell, slow motion, peace in micro doses. I ain't gone, I just changed. Same soul, new frequency. Lavender static in my veins. Everything bending, but I stay the same. No fear, no chase, just vibing in a softer place. Yeah, if you hear this, you already made it. Breathe out. Great. Stubborn will. Boarded a school by the water tower, turned broken halls into living quarters. Desks for doors and sheets for walls, laughter echoing through empty halls. They roam beyond the chain link fence, moaning low in the distance. But inside we found a different way to make it through another day. We sit in a circle in the smoke at night, passing peace in the firelight. Zombies wander in the dark outside, but in here we're unified. One fixes radios that barely yield. One keeps watch from the rooftop ledge. One rolls hope on the window ledge. Stories pass with the embers glow of who we were not long ago. And every laugh cuts through the fear, reminds us why we're still here. They scratch and drag beyond the gate, but we don't let it decide our fate. A shared inhale, a slow exhale, turns panic into a softer tale. We sit in a circle in the smoke at night, bask in peace in the firelight. Zombies wander in the dark outside, but in here we're unified. World fell down, but we still try, staying human while the undead cry. No leaders here, no kings, no throne, just borrowed blankets and seeds we've sown. In a haze we plan tomorrow's run, ration the food, share what we've done. If this is the end of what we knew, we'll build something honest, something true. Not just surviving day by day, but keeping the darkness far away. Circle in the smoke, hands to the sky, proof we're alive while the old world died. Dead room lost in endless night, but we found warmth in shared light. If history fades and the cities fall, they'll remember we stood as one through it all. One through it all. Fire burns low, watch shifts change in a quiet world that feels so strange, but hope still glows in the amber light, in our circle in the smoke tonight. Sirens crying in the midnight air, ice falling like snow everywhere. Windows cracked and the power's gone, radio playing an old Bob Marley song. Footsteps drag down the broken street, rotten hands and shuffling feet. But I'm on the roof with the lightest spark, rolling up hope in the end of the dark. They're scratching at the door below, but I don't feel fear, I feel the glow. Smoke rising to a blood red sky. If this is the end, I'm getting high. Light it up, let the world burn slow. Zombies walking, but I'm in the flow. Brains are gone, but my mind's still free. Clouds of green are rescuing me. If the night won't end and the dead won't die, I'll be laughing in the smoke, getting high till the undead die. Till the undead die. Backpack full of snacks and seeds, canned food, water and all I need. Abandoned mall turned into my base, plants growing in the food court space. They moan outside like a broken choir. I'm tending buds by candlefire. End of the world, but I'm feeling fine. Got a rooftop garden and a peace of mind. They bang on glass, they claw the gate, but paranoia's not my fate. I take a hit, exhale the sky, let the panic drift on by. Light it up, let the world burn slow. Zombies walking, but I'm in the flow. Brains are gone, but my mind's still free. Clouds of green are rescuing me. If the night won't end and the dead won't die, I'll be laughing in the smoke, getting high till the undead die. Maybe tomorrow I'll make a run, find more papers, find a little sun, dodging teeth and dodging doom, with the mellow haze inside the gloom. chaos fade. Found my peace in the plans I made. World fell down, but I still fly. Floating above while the dead walk by. When the last light fades from the ashen sky, I'll be smiling in the smoke, getting high till the undead die. Till the undead die. Till the undead die. Sirens gone, just embers and sighs. Smoke curls up where the old world lies.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel. Look at me, it's me, the high guy, this guy right here. Look at me, I'm right here. Hello. And of course, I forgot to turn on the music while we were sitting there in the beginning of the damn thing. So now I have to do it now and fill the time with all my own words. And it's not nearly good as all the AI slappers we have. But I don't really have a choice until the music comes up. But here it is. I hope you guys enjoyed my morning rendition. Oh, my morning, No, I forgot to turn the music on. So I was singing to the chat. Singing in the chat. When Abyss shows up. What's up, Fetty? What's up, Demon? How you guys doing? How was your weekend?
But we're not afraid. We got a legend on the board we made. Enemies scatter when the waves collide. Try to stand tall, but they run and hide. But it's not just power, not just the might. It's the way they lift every friend in the fight. From rookies to vets, everybody knows Abyss makes the whole alliance glow. Hear the laughter through the storm and flame. Every victory chants the name. From the deep where the giants ride. When Abyss shows up, the whole sea sings. Victory rides on giant wings. Laughing, rushing, charging in. That's the moment when we win. Raise your glass, let the banners fly. Stars burn bright in the midnight sky. When the battle roars and the tides are mist, we just smile, cause we roll with Abyss. Cause we roll with Abyss. Raise the tide, stand together side by side. Let it ring, hear the ocean victory sing. Deep below where the legends live, Abyss rolls in and the whole world shifts.
And that is not a reason not to go to school.
When Abyss shows up, the whole sea sings. Thunder rolling on silver wings. Laughing, rushing, fearless, grand. That's the moment when we win. Raise your glass, let the band.
And you're walking the dogs.
Stars burn bright in the midnight sky. When the battle roars and the tides are mist. History's
Man, we are
written
too
by
nice
the
of
whale
parents,
named
man.
Abyss.
We are too nice of parents. Are you kidding me? We're just letting her stay home because I'm tired? Are we literally not letting her go to school because she's tired?
No, I'm not letting her go to school.
Wowza. What's up, Z? What's up, Zed? I fucking love that. No, he hasn't. He hasn't been in a chat yet much recently. What's up, Zed? How you doing, buddy?
Just say goodbye, just farewell.
No shit, I wish I could stay home because I'm tired. Wait, I already do stay home when I'm tired. I'm trying to heal down 50k or 500k for the last 2 hours. Hey, what's up, Alpha? Shitty, man. It's going shitty. Yeah, really shitty. It's very, how you say, le shitty. I had to walk down to the store at 6 a.m. because my mom's not feeling well and needed a supply run. Damn, son. If it makes you feel any better, I had to wake up at 5:30 because my mom dropped off 2 big, gigantic dogs for me to watch in the next couple of days. I think so. You guys want to meet these 2 big, gigantic, beautiful dogs? No, they're both big and gigantic and beautiful. One more so than the other. One's beautiful because she's so ugly, but the other one is beautiful because she's beautiful. CR sucks. My Legion is very active, but Crimson is very active and overwhelmingly strong. Yeah, I don't know. I hope that this matchmaking wasn't the matchmaking. Yeah. Here's my favorite dog. Her name is Meta. Here she is. All right, I'm back. See, that was Meta and Loki. Big, big, fat dogs. Yeah, I love my dogs, bro. Love you too. Have a good day. And you know what's funny, Zed? You want to know what's funny? What's up, Pixel? How you doing, my dear? Remember being sent to the store for smokes? You know what's funny about that dog? That dog, Meta, is my dog's daughter. Okay? So my dog had a litter of pups, and Meta almost froze to death. But we brought Meta in, we unfroze her, and we saved her life, and then raised her, and then gave her to my mom and dad. But that's not the funny part. The funny part is, she was born, pardon me. She was born the same day my grandmother died. So we named her after my grandmother, which is my mom's mom. So now my mom and dad own a dog that's named after her mom. So now she gets to scold her mother anytime her mother does bad things. Now, don't get me wrong, her mother never does bad things. She's such an amazing dog. She's just such a gentle, giant beast. But, you know, if she jumps or anything like that, it's like, down, Meta. And you're like, that's my mom's name, you know what I mean? You want to steal one, Pixel? Come on, just come visit. You can come visit them all. If I make it to Worlds, maybe I'll bring one. Just kidding. Yeah, she was born on the same day that my grandmother died. So we named her after my grandmother. I showed you Bella, right? No? You have a dog too, Zed? I mean, you might have. Hold on. Again, my short-term memory is pretty shot because of all the weed I smoke. So let me just see. Even if I don't go watch the World Championships, I'm still going to Singapore. Yeah, but you go to Singapore all the time, so that's not very fair. I hate this. I mean, I like it, but I hate it at the same time. No, you never sent me her anywhere. You never sent me your you never sent me anywhere. You never sent me your dog, bro. I'll be honest though, they better pick me. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? They better pick me. That's all I'm saying. Drama queen. Nap. Bro, something's wrong with your cat, dog. There's something wrong with your cat. I think there's something wrong with your cat. I was about to say, I think you got... I think something's wrong with your cat, boy. I don't know. I think... Yeah, I think something's wrong with your cat. Are you sure that's a dog? Are you sure you didn't just pick up a rat from New York? Are you sure you didn't actually just, like, pick up a genetically modified rat? Alright, so I see the dog nose. Okay, maybe it is a dog. You know, it's funny. It's funny. And I'll tell you why, Zed. I'll tell you why it's funny. I'll tell you why it's funny. I'll tell you why it's funny. One of my... I don't even have the board up right now. Hold on. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, yeah. I forgot to open up the chat box. Hold on. Hold on, let me open up the chat box. One of the points that I had, Zed, one of the points that I had on my debate page, right? One of the points I had on my debate page was, one of the things that I had on my debate page was, small dogs aren't real dogs. So the fact that you have a really small dog is kind of ironic. All right, let's see if we can change some of these debate topics. What topics are we looking at today, folks? What debate topics are we looking at today, folks? Let's go with something nice. Let's go with something simple to start. We need something simple to start. Let's pick an easy one. Let's pick a simple one that I think is crazy. I need a good debate topic. I got a bunch of difficult debate topics. We need a simple debate topic. Huskies are cats in disguise. No way, I have a husky. There's no way I would disagree with that. Joints of you, we need to think here. Dogs are better than cats. I think that's a pretty easy one to talk about. Right? We can talk about that. We need another one. Yeah, ours is probably over too, Demon. Dogs are better than cats. PC Master Race. What else can we debate today, huh? She's perfect though. I can hold her around the house, put her in a bag. She lets me know when people are here, like a doorbell. She eats crumbs we drop, basically a cute Roomba doorbell. That's funny. That's funny. A cute little Roomba doorbell. I mean, don't get me wrong. I can see the benefits over having that as a big dog instead. Roof, roof. Whoa. Okay, shit. Calm down, doorbell. Just reasons. Just spell it right so I don't have to be a dick. That's right. G-R-O-P. Say the name. They freeze. We rewrite the leagues. Yeah. Started as a rumor. Turned into a creed. One flag, one fire. Whole world at our feet. Now every map redraws soon as we arrive. I could go straight into the other ones, but like, what are we gonna talk about? What else do we want to discuss? Stronger by the day. Different colored jerseys, but we play the same play. Handshakes turn to armor, brothers in the fire. All our quiet plans sparked a wild empire. Gotta put up all my lib shit, all my libtard shit. Hold on, let's do it this way. Let me think. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? From the first small circle to a globe lit up, every swear we whisper now are thundered us. If they ask who runs it, we just raise that sign. That's just a little bit inflammatory. Number 3, I can debate you on. Monogamy is a Christian construct. Junior Noons. Dogs and children are the same thing. Gotta feed them, clean them, and clean their crap. Up to a certain point, I think dogs and babies are the same thing. I think dogs and babies are the same thing. I'm a moderate that likes facts. I'm a communist. I'm probably as far left as you can go. I don't believe in countries, borders, states. I don't believe in money. I don't believe in capitalism. I don't believe in private property. I don't think either of them is an investment, to be honest, because an investment means you're getting something out of it. An investment means you're getting more out of it than you put in, and I don't think you get more out of it than you put in with either dogs or children. You get out exactly what you put in. So I don't consider them an investment because there's no overall net positive in regards to like personal gain. What you put in is what you get out of it. Can a narcissist, sociopath, or psychopath be a good person? Probably. Topics are wild. Yeah, I know. We're trying to figure something out. You know what I mean? Yeah, dogs and toddlers before training sounds more fair. I've got 3 kids myself, and I honestly think my dogs are more of a handful than my kids are. My kids are more of a handful up here. My dogs are more of a handful down here. Flat Earth is not real. I'll just do this. Did you know that only less than 23% of sexual assault cases in India are delivered justice? Yeah, it's probably one of the... It's probably... Pixel, I'd like to say it's probably one of the least... It's probably one of the least prosecuted crimes in the world, I think. Do you know what I mean, Pixel? I think it's probably one of the least prosecuted crimes in the whole world. I need one more, though. We need one more, and I want this one to be inflammatory. Sorry, my OBS just disconnected for some reason. Yeah, Pixel, it's kind of disgusting. It's kind of disgusting. Men belong in the kitchen. America is the greatest country. It's not. I live in Canada, so I couldn't say that even if I wanted to. And I definitely don't want to. Taxes only feed politicians. Well, I don't know if it only feeds politicians, but it definitely does a lot. I don't disagree with that statement. Yeah, but I have to be able to argue it with something I agree in, and I don't think America is the greatest country. So I can argue America is not the greatest country. I can probably do that. I can be like, are we debating red or blue views? How about that? Junior, if it makes you feel any better, I'm about as left wing as you could get. I'm about as left wing as I can. I can say it's one of the greatest. I'd say it's not if we lost our freedom of speech. See, the difference is here's the difference. This freedom of speech you've already lost. You've already lost your freedom of speech. Currently, there is no freedom of speech in the United States. You don't have it. You can say that you have it, but you don't have it. It's been eroded so heavily under the Trump administration that you actually don't have a freedom of speech right now. People are literally being deported because of how they sound and what they say. So you absolutely don't have freedom of speech right now. And unfortunately, the progress and the falling of the United States over the last 20 years is pretty drastic. It's like seeing a car head towards the edge of a cliff with people holding a rope, trying to hold it off the cliff. Do you know what I mean? For about 20 years, and then as of about 2016, it got to the edge and you couldn't hold it anymore. Now they're like, you can't hold it anymore. It's falling. But again, Pixel, this is my point. This is why I don't believe in countries. I feel like there's a lot of propaganda on both sides, though. You can say that, but unfortunately, statistics will tell you that it's only one. It's 98% one side. Yes, both sides. Saying that both sides do it, and then giving value to both sides doing it at equal value is just insane to me. For example, is it true that both sides commit murder? Is it true that both sides commit mass shootings? Yeah, 100%. If you look at the, I'll give you a prime example. Look at the mass shootings. Look at mass shootings. Do you think mass shootings is 50-50? Do you think that both sides do mass shootings equally? Have you seen the fine for not having insurance? My father went to the doctor without insurance, $400. Insurance cost $600, so he canceled his insurance. Taxes got him a fine for no health insurance. I think, Fetty, what's happening is that we have such a situation where reality is not real, and people are starting to not give a shit about it. But if you look at mass shootings, for example, to say that both sides do them, yeah, sure, both sides do them, but literally, and I'm not even kidding, these are statistics you can pull up. Let's actually look at them, so we're giving the actual numbers, and let's say in the last 26 years, since 2020, or since 2000.
Love this vibe, already booked, chaotic family energy, but wholesome underneath. Here's a full song you can use, grateful, slightly sarcastic, warm, virtual hangout anthem style. We clock in where Wi-Fi strong, talk trash like it's therapy, throw shade, but it's family. If you fall, we drag you up, then laugh about it endlessly.
So according to the AI overview, looking throughout the stuff, I mean, I could dive into this more. Anti-Defamation League. According to the Anti-Defamation League, right-wing ideology mass shootings account for 75 to 80% of all mass shootings. 75 to 80% are done by right-wing ideologies. 2 to 5% are done by left-wing ideologies. And 15 to 20% are done by Islamist extremists. So to say that right-wing and left-wing ideologies, or right-wing mass shooters and left-wing mass shooters do it at the same rate is just incredibly incorrect.
They're quitting tonight. 10 minutes later, they're back inside. Okay, fine. One more fight. Politics means on random tea.
I disagree with that. It's not mental health. It's not mental health. You can say it's mental health, but is racism mental health?
Back to the blast. We roast deep, but we don't wound. Save space in a chaotic room if you're quiet.
Because it's driven by white supremacy, anti-government sentiment, and far-right conspiracies. Do you consider that mental health? See a fight. I don't want to get in a fight today. Very true. I think there's faults on all sides. You just have to be willing to acknowledge it. I've been waiting for the DVD ultrasound for 3 weeks now. For those who don't know, it's when I can walk in with an emergency appointment and show up when they first open. I'm not saying it's not all mental health. I'm not saying it's all mental health, but I'm saying that you cannot say that 100% of them are. I think a lot of it comes down to what society pushes them to do, what that side of things pushes them to do. And the right-wing side of things typically pushes people into violence.
Say shut up, but we're still there. Through the winds and breakdown scenes, we stay stitched in glowing screens. Same lobby, different worlds. Same inside words. We fight, we laugh, we all.
Does a reasonable person do a mass shooting, though? Does a reasonable person bomb a child's school? Hey, what's up, Thunder Gaming? Z, this sounds like, or Zed, this sounds like a good conversation. You should hop in the Discord and let's talk.
Obviously. Loser. Love you too.
Yeah, let's have a conversation, man. You should hop in. We'll talk about it. Are you in my Discord? Did I invite you yet to the Discord? I might not have invited you to my Discord yet. No, I don't have it there yet. I haven't put it there. I'll invite you. National Burger Day. Go and touch the beef. Oh my god. Oh my god. I got you, Z. I just invited you to the channel. You just gotta click the little green button on the verification and then hop into the waiting room. Or veggie patties. That's right, veggie patties! Touch the beef and touch the veggie patty. Stormy, she's on board. Look at this. So yeah, just go through the verification, click the verification, hop into the waiting room, and I'll drag you down into my streaming channel. Homemade Burger Day. What's PC Master Race mean? No. In the, all you have to do, Zed, in the verification channel, there's a little, you just have to hit the little check mark emoji. Go into the verification channel and then just click the check mark emoji, and then it'll open up the whole channel for you. You shouldn't have to wait. Let me just give you the fucking thing then, if that's the case. If it's gonna make you wait, I'm like, fuck that shit. I'll just give you the tag instead. Hold on. Let me just unlock the whole thing for you. There. Should have the whole thing now. You should have the whole channel now.
Click. Miss. Click.
Yeah, I just gave it to you. Yeah, PC Master Race just means that PC computer is better than Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, any of the consoles. PC is better than console. Yo!
What's up, bud?
Homie!
What is up? What's up?
Oh, not much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Z Prophet joining us on channel today. Welcome, welcome. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself before we get going?
I'm Z. I've been gaming for many years. I am, in fact, moderate. I don't choose a side on this. Yeah, I've been gaming for years. My main focus, my main medium is gaming. My secondary is political. In between that's family, but yeah.
Nice, nice. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to dive in. We've been talking a little bit here about, a little bit about everything, kind of the right versus left mentality, ideology, and kind of the good and bad about it. So we're going to dig a little bit deeper here.
Oh, I should also mention I am from the United States. I'm from specifically Massachusetts, the state of.
The state of Massachusetts.
Yep, I'm from the Commonwealth.
That's the one that's... No, that's Mississippi, the one that's spelt with a bunch of S's. Okay, never mind. Can you name all 50 states? This is something I've just wanted to know.
I think I can.
I don't need you to do it. I'm just curious if you think you can or not.
Yeah, I think I can. I've had to go through kind of my own schooling because school here, I'm gonna be honest, in America is terrible, and I'll be one of the people to say that as well.
Yeah. What do you think the main cause for that is, though?
Honestly, taxes, and where they go. I think that the government is terribly mismanaged in America. I think that a lot of the stuff that's going on now, the stuff that they're pointing out with the fraud and things as well, is about flipping time. I don't know if I can swear or not. So
Yeah, go ahead. I don't fucking care. I don't make any of my shit for kids, so do what you need.
I'm just saying it's about flipping time that they're doing something like that because it's right now it's targeted at like one specific type of people. You already know. But like at least they're figuring it out. Like that's my main thing with that. But as far as the government is, it's horribly mismanaged even now.
Sure.
And I'm not a Trump fan. Didn't vote for him. Mm-hmm. I don't vote for people that are, not deserving of the position.
Sure. What do you think takes him out of running? Like, what do you think makes him not valuable?
I'm sorry, but like Reagan, for example, I'm just gonna go back to like Reagan.
Sure.
They welcomed somebody in that was more of a like TV person, like an actor. You know what I mean? More of that and less of a businessman type of person as well. Like altogether with that, I don't think he should be president. I think he should be more. This, like I said, this is politics. Like this is not like a TV show where everyone's getting fired. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, like, in my opinion, that's just how it is.
So, let me ask you a question then, because a lot of people, and again, you said you didn't vote for him, but a lot of people said they voted for him because they wanted him to run the government like a business, because he's a businessman. So he's blah, blah, blah. He's done all this. He can make a lot of money. He knows how to make money, yada, yada. We want the government run like that. And so he kind of has been doing that, and this is kind of what we're left with. So let me ask you, what do you think that comparison is to people that are like, we want him for that purpose?
I think, well, for one thing, he's had a lot of businesses fail, but I mean, through that failure, I guess you're learning, right? Like when you fail, you learn. something.
How to be a better
Maybe.
fraudster?
I mean, that's kind of like what he was pointing out. I'll give him this. He was pointing that out when he was fighting against Hillary Clinton about how they were using the tax stuff and how they would run their businesses to essentially do fraud, but legally. Which
Sure.
I thought was like, yeah, okay, thank you for pointing that out, but can we fix it? You know what I mean?
So then what's your opinion
like-
of what he's doing now?
Like,
Honestly,
I'm
he's
fencing.
literally so corrupt in how much he's literally fleecing from the Canadian or from the American public.
I think it's funny how like the file stuff came out. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna say the file.
Sure.
The file stuff came out, and we're now they're now releasing the alien file stuff, and I'm just sitting there like, you love throwing those smoke screens, don't you?
Oh, of course. I mean, everything's a smoke screen. I think honestly, the war in Iran is a smoke screen. It's the only thing that's gotten people not
I don't
talking.
think we shouldn't have.
You know
I
what I
don't think
mean?
we should have. Yeah, honestly, when it comes to that war, actually, with my position on it is, I think we shouldn't even have bugged with it because it was such a religious thing. I think it was extremely religious, and a lot of people like to say that it's not. But there's been a war that's been over in the Middle East for the past 1,000 years of war between two religions. You know what I mean? How can you not see it that way? And the fact that we're helping one side, I think, is very wrong. Because
You know why that you guys are doing that though?
honestly, they want to help Israel out
Do you know why though?
because they probably got dirt on us.
I can pretty much. Here's my conspiracy. I'm a little bit conspiracy about this because of course there's no
Bro,
proof, right? Because it's Epstein.
Yeah.
I believe wholeheartedly that Epstein was working with Israel, right? With Netanyahu, with Israel, to like get a whole bunch of dirt on all of these people because Israel's been trying to get the United States involved in Iran since the 60s, the 80s.
Yeah.
Like they've been trying to get that, and every American government has said no, 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 no. Now they have Trump, and I literally think it's because they have videos of Trump raping kids in a vault in Tel Aviv.
Is it possible? Do we have proof? That's my main thing is like the proof stuff. But is it possible? Yeah. I mean, I
Look,
think
the proof is
there's
in
no
the
reason for us
files.
to be over
What are we
there.
talking about?
Bro, there's no reason for us to be over there doing this war.
No, of
I'm
course
gonna be
not.
100 with you.
Of course not.
The fact that we're attacking Iran though, which is a leader of terrorism, I will admit it is. But why we're over there, I don't know. If they have been threatened, I will say this: Iran has been threatening the United States for so long.
Sure.
But it's like throwing a grenade at a kitten. And that sort of analogy, you know what I mean? Like they'll meow and all this stuff, and they'll rampage around and start scratching people around them, but we're not even near them. So why are we bugging them? Why are we grenading the kitten?
Well, because your wife told you the kitten was bad?
I will say one thing. I'm glad that they stopped their nuclear program though. That's another thing I like. Because you don't want a leader of terrorism to have a nuclear program.
Okay, time out. We got two things we got to talk about here. Because you say they're a leader of terrorism, but I would argue the leader of terrorism is the United States.
I heavily disagree with that. I think we do start a lot
hold
of
on.
fights though.
Let me ask you a question. What's your definition of terrorism?
Openly going out and causing, I guess for political reasons or religious reasons, harm onto another nation by murdering their civilians.
So Venezuela, Cuba, Iran, Iraq. Should I continue?
So did we kill civilians in Venezuela?
Do you know the situation that they're in right now because of the United States?
I'm gonna be 100 with you. I know people from Venezuela, and
The Venezuelans that are living in the States, right?
Gone.
No, those are Venezuelans that are living in the States.
They're not living in the States. No, they're not living in the States. They are living directly in Venezuela. I know an artist in Venezuela that said that
Sure.
this was the best thing ever. Is so glad he's gone because he was oppressing so many people.
Sure, but in that process, what's happened now to everybody in Venezuela because of what happened?
She says, literally, this is what she says. She says there's a little destabilization.
A little destabilization. They have
said
no
there's a little
power.
this
they
is
have
her
no
words
water.
directly.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you're
she
at.
said there's a little bit of
here's my
destabilization,
point.
but they can still get
You're
water.
taking-
They have relief. They do have relief. That's what she said. No, that's true. They do have relief. You can't say that they don't. What are you listening to that are saying they're not?
Let's see.
They still have tankers of relief that go there. Did you not know that we were still giving them relief for that, or no?
The U.S. enforces a strict embargo and naval quarantine on Venezuelan energy exports.
But relief is not the part of the embargo. Did you read that?
Consequently, many operators have fed Venezuelan waters or canceled voyages, though non-sanctioned vessels and especially authorized Chevron fleets continue to operate.
Mm-hmm. Which is part of what?
The U.S. seized 2 Venezuelan-lined tankers on Monday.
Those were... Okay, so that right there, you know what those were? Have you ever heard of the term ghost ship? I have. This is
Sure.
people in military. And military people I know, they say ghost ships. This was a big thing when my friend was in the military, is that when he was on a ship that was going to Okinawa,
Okay.
they were talking about ghost ships that would change their flags and their documents mid-voyage, so that if they were stopped, they'd be from another nation.
Sure, yeah,
So the
I've heard of
Venezuelan
that
ships
too.
that we seized actually were part of China and Russia that switched over to Venezuela when they get through to Venezuelan waters.
Give me a second here.
You know about ghost ships.
Of course, yeah. I have heard about them, yes.
That's one of the things that happens, and that's one of the things that they caught. That's why we essentially went on them. And honestly, that's a W, because those things have been out there doing that for so long. They've been doing oil and guns, mostly arms.
So, according to this, it says the country struggles with high inflation and a massive disparity between basic living costs and average incomes. Around 83% of the population is now living in poverty, with millions requiring urgent humanitarian assistance. Basic infrastructure is failing, leading to severe shortages of food, medicine, and gasoline.
Mm-hmm.
One of the largest displacements in the world, with millions of refugees leaving the country. And the U.S. has increased military presence.
Yep. And they're also trying to make deals with some of the dignitaries there for oil.
Right,
course.
but this is
US,
all of
United
the,
States.
This is my point. This was all of their fault. All of this problem was created just because they went in to take this man, which I have to agree, and I have to hope that you agree, was entirely illegal and shouldn't have happened.
But did you not hear how he became power when he went into power, right?
It doesn't. It doesn't matter. He was still seen.
Matter.
It doesn't when he is still seen globally.
So you're saying dictatorship it doesn't matter.
So then why wouldn't you go in and do that to Putin?
So why would? So
what would happen if someone did that to Trump?
Well, for one thing, Putin has nuclear weapons.
Okay, and?
For one thing, that's a very high armament to have, and who's to say that he's not old enough to where he's not senile enough to use them? No. That'd be a whole different...
Right, but
that'd be
what
a
I'm
whole
saying
different
is,
mission there.
What I'm saying is, the moment that you give credence to one country doing it and saying it's okay, you give credence to every country doing it and saying it's okay. We now have precedence that says that
the oppressiveness of a nation that oppresses the people and their voices, you agree with.
It's not that I agree with him oppressing them. I agree with the fact that we have rules and laws in place that prevent countries from going to instigate and literally kidnap their leader. Right? That's the problem that I'm against. I'm not against the fact that Maduro was a bad guy. I agree. Maduro was a bad guy. 100% I agree that Maduro is a bad guy. Do I think that Maduro is any worse than Trump? No. What happens now if Putin says, I'm going to go in and take Trump out?
What makes Trump so much worse than...
He's literally stealing billions of dollars from the American economy. He's cheating the emoluments clause.
When you say stealing... Break this down more for me.
The $1.8 billion slush fund for his cronies, the one that he just got, the fact that he can no longer be audited by the U.S. government or by the IRS, ever, any of him or his family or any of his businesses can never be audited again?
That's people in power type of stuff. Yeah.
Right, but this is what I'm saying. The fact that he has literally made billions of dollars, he has doubled his wealth since taking office a year ago to the tune of billions of dollars. He's opened up crypto. He's invested into crypto before passing crypto laws. He's invested in AI before passing AI laws and reducing regulations on AI.
Like it. Listen, I don't like it.
This is my point.
But he's a person in power. In power.
Right.
That's like what they do.
But this is my point. He has done worse than what I would say Maduro ever did. And we're in a situation where if someone was allowed to go pull Maduro out, right? If someone was allowed to go in and pull Maduro out and we were supportive of that, that means that we also have to be supportive of any other country going into another country to take out their leader just because they don't agree with the way that they're leading their country. This is why I don't believe in countries in the first place. This is why I hate countries and borders and all this shit in the first place. It doesn't make sense. We shouldn't have them.
I honestly, I think to keep our culture and to keep our things together in our nation, I think we do need them. It's fundamental for having a nation.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question. Why does your culture matter more than my culture? Are we not all just goddamn Starlink? Goddamn you, Elon! Right? You want to talk about big money stuff? Jesus Christ. Guy's gonna be worth $1 trillion, hey? Jesus Christ. Did you hear about the IPO?
The IPO.
Yeah, they're selling. SpaceX is going public, and they're valuing the business at 1.5 trillion or something like that. 1.6 trillion.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I do want to fucking Tesla. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I do want to fucking Tesla though. I do want one that drives me around. That'd be cool.
Actually, here's a good question because we were just talking culture, right? I have a question. What culture does the U.S. have? Because you're talking about protecting your culture. What culture does the U.S. have?
Honestly, our culture. I'd have to say that after we rose from the British rule, being independent from anyone else and becoming the superpower we became, I think our culture is trying for freedom. You know what I mean? Like it's trying for freedom.
Sure, but what differentiates that from Canada, for example, where we're effectively in the same? I mean, we're effectively in the same thing. So would that be like, wouldn't that be North American culture then? What makes that distinguishably American, like U.S. culture? What is distinguishably, like, what are you trying to protect that's just mine that you guys can't have, my culture?
I guess what we're trying to protect is like our own, how do I put this in words?
Like, let me ask you a question. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt with all these questions.
No, go ahead. Go for it.
Bye. What in, like, if we look at it, culture is typically based on our history, correct? It's based on the things that we've experienced. It's based on the things that are... That's fine. It's based on all the little things that we've done, experienced, grown, all the traditions and things that we've done, right? Like, that would be what we would consider culture, correct?
Yeah, and protecting our nation, for one, and
protecting our own choices, right? Like our own abilities to make those choices. But what about it is individual from everybody else's own experience? Because to me, everybody's just trying to do the exact same thing. And unfortunately, when we look at something like the United States or Canada, which are both melting pots of culture, there's not one unifying American ideology. Unless you're talking about hot dogs and 4th of July?
No, I'm talking more about the freedom of speech that we have in the Constitution that we are under.
But do you think your Constitution is any different than, say, the Charter of Rights in Canada?
Yeah.
How?
We're able to speak. more openly, and I think we're able to speak without our self prejudice. Our individuality is more open than Canada's.
You think so?
Yeah. Like, I hate to go back in time and use a name pop here, especially his, but for example, when Jordan Peterson was talking about the trans debates, like, a lot of people were shouting him down. Do you think shouting people down is like a big thing? Suppressing voices is a good thing?
If you have shitty opinions, 100%.
Well, why can't it be tried in the social sphere and just be ignored?
It is. That's why it gets shouted down.
So that's a good thing. That's what I'm saying.
Right. He got
So
shouted
just
down
having-
in
being
Canada.
Being able to say those things, though. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Is that
he is
not a
able
good
to
thing?
he is able to say them. The difference is freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences. If you have shit
So you're saying-
opinions,
So
and
if you have just shit opinions, or just you say something wrong, should he be able to be hurt or stopped from things that are just natural freedoms,
well, let me ask you a question. If
like
he was
speech?
Well, let me ask you a question. If his speech was, for example, in which it was very inflammatory, very aggressive against the LGBTQ community, very bigoted against the, so very harmful in what he's saying, why should we allow people to say harmful things under the guise of free speech?
Why should you allow them?
Why should we allow people who have shitty opinions, who are bad people? I'll give you another example.
Well, it's for the example. No, just flat out, it's for the example that someone can point out and say, well, that's not a bad idea. That's a good idea, or that's a bad idea. We don't want it. We don't want that. We don't want it.
So let me ask you a question.
Just to have it. Should we then, after he has that bad idea, should we then suppress his opinion and cut him off from things that he needs to live just for that opinion?
No one's cutting him off from things he needs to live. No one's cutting him off from things he needs to live.
There are people that has happened to, though.
Sure, but
there's people that have been canceled and thrown out of their jobs and things like that.
Sure,
now,
but there's
like,
also
for
people
example,
that have been lifted up for having horrendous views too.
For example, though, if like your opinion, for example, your opinion, I would not want you to get fired for your opinion on something.
If I was
your voice on something.
Hold on a second. Let me ask you a question. Because that's a broad statement to get kicked off for something. I can appreciate that. I wouldn't want to get fired for saying something like, and this comes down to my fundamental belief. It's okay to have differencing of opinions on certain things. Like, we can disagree on what food tastes best, right? We can disagree on hot dogs or hamburgers. We can disagree, for example, like I do with Fetty, on whether you eat the bottom bun of the burger or not. Because she doesn't eat the bottom bun. She touches the beef, which is fucked up, okay? We can disagree with that stuff. We cannot disagree on fundamental things. For example, racism, we have to agree as a group. Racism is a horrendous ideology, and you cannot prosper by having those horrendous views. Okay? Same with things like bigotry. Same with things like conservative family values. Like, these are things that are harmful to society, and we cannot maintain these.
So, conservative family values, for
Sure.
one. So, you're saying like a nuclear family.
Yes.
So you don't like that there's a mother and a father, just a mother and father.
I don't like that it's expected to be a mother and a father. Why can't it be two fathers? Why can't it be two mothers? Why can't it be three mothers? Why can't it be five parents?
I think well, for one thing, I've never had a partner myself, so I can't really say like relationship wise about that. But as far as like the basic nuclear family, I think is it's not just a male and a female. I can agree with you that it can be two males, two females. I think it could be a man and a woman, however you want to do it that way. I think that there's still, it depends on the synergy of the household, to be honest, and how they balance the not just the rules, but also like the way that the stuff is divvied out, like who takes care of the kid, who takes care of this, who brings the kid to soccer practice to school, or
But here's,
who sits them down and
Yep.
teaches them certain things like that. That makes more. That, you know what I mean? That's more of the line I'm thinking.
sure.
But as far as like, if you want to say far right conservative nature, like, oh, it has to be a male and a female. That's where.
Well,
that's a little.
It's not
off,
only does it
in
have
my
to be
opinion.
does it have to be male and female, but the female has to stay home and take care of the home, not go to work, not experience, not do, basically just be a silent wife. I mean, that's the trad wife ideology. And these are
Honestly,
things
I
that
don't agree with that.
these are things that
people
I
can do
think
whatever they
are
want.
well. This becomes the thing. I think these are ideologies that are damaging to society's growth. And my whole purpose is to benefit the group at the cost of the minors. This is why capitalism doesn't work for me. Because capitalism.
So their individuality.
Sorry, go ahead.
That does not affect you, by the way. Their individuality on this. Their individual opinion. I'm saying this it's not really broad even. It's specifically a Christian far right conservative to have a nuclear family and all that. Even though they say that, and it's not like it doesn't have to be a thing. You know what I mean? This is to each their own type of moment.
Sure.
So that bugs you, and they shouldn't have it. So what do we do with people with that opinion?
So there's two options.
Do you see what I'm saying though?
Of course.
Like where their freedom still applies to have that opinion.
Sure, they're allowed to hold the opinion, but that's like saying you can think that black people are less, but do you act on that belief?
I think the person that would say that a black person is less than anybody, just as race in the equation there, I think is already ignorant.
Right, but here's
enough.
my point. What's the difference between having the racist ideology or having the the quote unquote nuclear family ideology?
What's the difference between the racist ideology and the nuclear family one?
If they are both,
you can disagree, but they're still going to have that opinion. It's
sure.
It's not gonna affect me.
Sure, but let me ask you a question. Would it be better to know that people have those views and then be able to treat them accordingly? Right? Versus the opposite. Like, for example, I use this as a kind of an example. I know a guy who's really good friends with a Nazi. I call him a Nazi too. Is he technically a Nazi? Maybe not. But if sorry, go ahead.
So you okay? That's far left ideology right there.
No.
That-
Like
You're hitting that wall perfectly there.
No.
Like if you're
He's
gonna
a literal
call somebody
Nazi.
who just wants to, I know, but you're calling your friend that talks to a Nazi a Nazi.
No. He's best friends with a Nazi. He doesn't just talk to him. He's best friends with a Nazi.
So I'm best friends with a flat earther. It doesn't mean that like I'm a flat earther too.
No, but there's a difference between Nazism
get what I'm
and flat.
saying, though.
Sure, but there's a difference between
That's
Nazism
still,
and
they're
flat
both
earthers.
ideologies. They're both ideologues for different types of belief.
But one is
You
based.
can disagree with it.
Sure, but one is based on the literal decimation of an individual people, whereas one is just based on nothing
Is he hurting anyone?
Well, absolutely.
Has he physically hurt anyone though?
Does it have to be physical or can it not be
Yes,
mental?
it has to be physical.
Does mental not count?
Well, you can just walk away if they're talking shit like that. Like I'm gonna be a grown up here and say I just walk away from people that espouse just ridiculousness. And if they keep following me around and still doing that, even though I don't want to be near them, that's called harassment.
It's harassment either way you look at it. It's racial harassment the moment you
it's
are
a freedom. It's a freedom.
No,
Listen,
no,
I'm
no.
not fighting for the Nazis so much as I'm fighting for the freedom to have that opinion.
So you
So
would be
they can
okay
have
with
the
you would be
opinion-
okay.
bad opinions.
You're okay with people having those opinions.
Having bad opinions? Yeah, sure.
See, that's where we fundamentally disagree. I'm not okay with society holding bad opinions. I think those types of people need to be
Gonna run into
threaded out of society.
This is your ideology, though. You're gonna find somebody that disagrees with you, and you're not gonna like him. You're not gonna want him to be in society.
No.
And that's the problem.
It has nothing to do with accepting everybody for their atrocities. It has everything to do with protecting the benefits of society. If you want to be a piece of shit, go be a piece of shit out of society. Why should you get the benefits of what society does, which is benefiting the people by being a horrendous
because
person?
Then we're just policing, and we're putting our opinions above theirs.
Which we already do. Why do you think there are so many black people in prison for the same crimes that white people did for a lot longer terms?
Bad government. That could be a thing. Bad cops. There's good cops and there's bad cops. I know a couple good ones.
Okay, but if the problem is so severe, you can't just say it's a couple bad cops. It has to be a systemic issue.
Are you saying that there's that these people didn't do anything, or are you saying that it's just in a statistic that this happens? Therefore, they are they, okay. So are they innocent, or are they as?
I'm saying that the system itself is imparting its racist ideology, which I think is a big problem because we allow racist people into positions of power.
Okay, so that's just once again politics that I disagree with. Yeah.
Well, you
at that
think
point it's just politics I can say I disagree with.
Well, how is hiring politics? Hold on a second.
If it's effectively oppressing a certain race or person just for their color of their skin, even their sort of individuality, I think that's a bad thing there. And you're saying it's systematic, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
So I can say I disagree with it. Is it going to stop prejudice? No, it's not. There's always going to be someone with prejudice. You can't have a perfect society like that. There's no such thing as no prejudice.
Sure, but we can benefit those who don't have it and punish those who do.
But how do we punish at that point? It's just thought then. If they're fit, well, we do already punish the people that oppress, like black people and stuff like that. For example, for your own example, they do go through something called internal affairs, and it's not just them looking up after themselves. You know, it's not like them looking into themselves. It's a whole different area of both government and law enforcement. Internal affairs is. So what they'll do is that they find a discrepancy either through court or through some sort of process like that. You know the three branches in our government, right? We have judicial, we have executive, we have some third one. I'll just say that right now.
Legislative.
But through those processes, legislative, when they go through that sort of stuff, they usually have that kind of block there. So they hopefully
hold on, time out.
Like I said. Okay.
I can appreciate the thought experiment, except
it's not a thought experiment; it's an actual thing.
No. It's definitely a thought experiment because Donald Trump has proven that there is no such thing as checks and balances in the United States. Yes, you've got three forms of or you've got three branches of government, but he's operating as if there's only one, and none of the checks and balances.
He's the executive, yeah.
None of the checks and balances that have been put in place are effective at stopping him from doing what he wants. He just ignores the court orders. Well, he ignores the juries. He ignores the judge. He like I said, he sued the IRS himself, right? You see what I'm saying? So like all the checks and balances that are in place to stop him from doing these things are non-existent. It's a paper tiger.
He sued the IRS, right?
Yeah.
So that means there's a court type of thing there. So that's
he controls the court.
Judicial. No, he doesn't control the court. He's executive.
Listen, he controls the IRS.
He doesn't control the IRS so much as
he sued the IRS, and then
that's usually privately.
And then
he can sue it privately,
and then settled himself with his own judge, his own lawyer. The lawyer of the IRS was his private lawyer.
That's still executive judicial.
This is my point, though. There is no check and balance. There has to be a separation between him and the IRS. There is no, because the IRS is led by his cronies. So he literally made an agreement with his own guys after suing his own guys.
That just sounds like a power thing.
It doesn't matter what it is.
It sounds like someone in power did something to benefit themselves. Yeah, that happens.
Sure, at the
That
cost
checks
of
out.
at the cost of $2 billion from the American.
The king uses his own funds to fund something. Yeah.
But this is my point. So you just said there are checks and balances, but can we agree that there are no checks and balances?
There is still checks and balances.
But if he doesn't respect the checks and balances, and if he doesn't
that's
follow
such a
them, then what
high-
does it do?
That's also such a high level of both corruption and things like that, where you can't really do anything about it individually. He's just going to do it. Something lower level, like something judicial. I can't say the word.
Judicial.
Judicial. Yeah. See, it's also it's not working for you too for some reason. Anyways, but yeah, like something lower court wise, like that seems to pan out better than, I guess, the powerful people getting more money or more richer, like they're going to.
Look, if that was the
you
case,
hate capitalism. That's well, welcome to politics.
let me ask you a question though. If that was the case, if the lower courts were better, why do we have an unfair amount of black people in prison for the same crimes as white people for longer terms? If the lower courts are so much better, why is the prison system filled with people of color who have and this has been tested, who have literally done damn near the same crimes under these exact same situations as a white person?
So they've done crimes.
Sure, but my point is, they've done the exact same crimes as what white people have done, and yet they landed in prison for a long term while white people get let out with a slap on the wrist. This is a common thing. This happens a lot. For the same crimes,
Honestly,
black people will go to jail and spend time in prison while white people will get bail or all this kind of other kind of stuff. Now we can say it's systemic.
Why do women get less jail time than men with some things?
This is my point. If the lower courts are so much better,
okay,
then why do they not show them to be better?
It's all up to the judge at that point, though. It's not up to that. It's up to the judicial process. So if you're saying that, let's say that the black people are getting more jail time, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is it for the same crime?
Same crime, same situation, same everything. Typically, a black person will get something like 50% more time.
Sometimes it's more. They do have more offenses. Sometimes
same situation, same history, same everything.
See, I need more of a broader example here, because that's very specific to like multiple courts type of thing. Because in Massachusetts we have a high crime rate where black people are. You see what I'm saying?
You have a higher crime rates where black people are.
Yeah, and also a lot of like
why do you think
people
that
in
is?
trailers. I don't know.
Do you think it could be because you put more police in those areas?
Oh, sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, no worries.
Background. I gotta go for like 10 minutes. I gotta go bring an old man up the mountain.
Oh yeah, do your stuff, man. I appreciate you coming in. Come back when you're
no
ready.
worries, man. I'll be right back. I
good.
like this. I like debating.
It's fun.
This is not bad.
Yeah. I would argue they're necessary so the collective populace can agree in the middle or remove themselves from both extremes altogether. Hold on a second. Hello? The school calling me to tell me my child's not at school. That's right, we let her stay home because she's not feeling good? Light the way.
Look at book banning. Most books banned are like Fahrenheit 451, Handmaid's Tale, To Kill a Mockingbird. Another level to the extremes being necessary is that it proves that people care. The concern would be if there was no extremes altogether, then you're in the time of sheep leading sheep. Look, I don't disagree. Like I said, I don't disagree with having disagreements on certain things, but there are certain things that we fundamentally as a society have to agree on. Right? To say that extreme ideologies are necessary, that means to say that we need to have people who have racist ideologies. We need to have people who have bigoted ideologies. We need to have people who have, hate-filled ideologies. I disagree with that. I don't think we need to have that. And if we do, they can choose to be in a society all on their own. They don't have to be part of our society. We do not have to let them into our society. If they want aspects to our society, they would need to conform to our needs, the needs of the group, the needs and the betterments of the group. This is why I don't believe in countries or anything like that. I believe wholeheartedly, not in countries and states and statuses and money and all this kind of stuff. I believe wholeheartedly in civilizations, in societies. You'll go live in a society that treats you the way that you want to be treated. You'll go live in a place like we have countries, but there won't be, you can't come here because our borders match, blah, blah. Like, none of that'll matter. That would be a fantasy reality, though. If you want freedoms, you have to be willing to accept all freedoms. I disagree. You don't have to accept all freedoms if you want to accept one freedom. You can absolutely be selective on freedoms. Yeah, but again, I don't think we should have freedom from everything, because that means we also have freedom from responsibility, and I don't like that. No, we won't lock you up. We'll just not allow you to be part of our society. These are the rules. It's like, these are the rules to be engaged in this society. If you want to be a part of this society, these are the ideologies that you have to hold. If you don't, go somewhere else where they hold your ideologies. Yeah, if you're using freedom in the term of freedom to do anything, that means that you have the freedom to murder someone, and I don't think we should have the freedom to murder somebody. I don't think we should have the freedom to be bad people. I would rather have selective freedom than freedom. I would rather have a situation where people actually give a shit about each other versus caring about themselves. But we live in a society, because of capitalism, that focuses everything on the internal person and not on the external group.
GROP, Doomsday, Last Survivors. This is our zone. Let's go. Go up on the map, yeah, the whole zone shake. Rally on the way, better clear that space. The high guy lead, pistol don't miss. Smoke in the dark with the first big hit. Big three on the push, Tiki bring heat. Fire medic up, keep the squad on feet. Marvin call plays, blue light gates. Phoenix in the sky with the
Well, following that definition, Doomsday, following that definition is nobody has freedom.
Okie doke, I'm back.
Cool, what's up, buddy?
Keen.
Yeah, nice.
Not much.
Freedom by definition is the power to act right, or to power or right to act, speak, or think without external hindrance, restraint, or coercion. So following that, like I said, following that definition, nobody has freedom.
What do you mean?
You're not free to do anything you want. There's consequences to
No,
do.
I said speech-wise.
No.
You can't just
I'm
do
saying,
whatever you want.
I'm saying here, because he says freedom by definition, because we were talking about selective freedom versus freedom. And I said wholeheartedly that I'm okay with restricting people's freedoms, right? Restricting people's freedoms, right? To devoid away from a blanket freedom term.
So you want to take away people's freedom of speech if it's something you disagree with.
Not if it's something I disagree with.
Or
if it's
even
something
fundamental.
if it's something that society disagrees with. It's not my views, it's what society views. This is what I'm saying. If society deems racism fine, then I would find a different society. I would find a different community. You see what I'm saying? If community deems racism fine, I'm finding a different community. I will find a community that doesn't deem racism fine. But I'm not going to be part of that community, that society, because I don't agree with those fundamentals. I don't agree with that fundamentally.
So, what if someone were like, let's go back to our example here of like a Christian that believes in the nuclear family,
Sure.
and doesn't agree with like gays or the lesbians being together
Sure.
for a family.
Or single parents.
Should those, or even single parents, they don't agree with it, should
Sure.
they be thrown out of society?
They
Are they damaging to society in any way, or can they have those opinions and society still function fine?
So that would, I mean, that's a good question. I think a lot of it comes down to the impact of those opinions. Like I said, we can disagree on certain things. But there are certain things that we fundamentally have to agree on. Now, whether I think that we fundamentally have to agree on nuclear family rules, I don't necessarily hold so much to that. I use that as a representation just because of how it is a negative experience for a lot anyway.
Let's say it's somebody that avoids a certain type of person.
Sure.
Let's say a black person,
Sure.
right? They just avoid that type of person. Now, they're not racist. They don't think that they're better than them. They just have had bad run-ins and they had that prejudice. Correct?
Sure. So they're prejudiced against black people because
They're
of experience
prejudiced, but
they've
they
had
don't
with
think-
other black people.
Exactly. But that's just their prejudice.
That's
they
still
don't
racism.
hate them so much as they're afraid of them.
It's a
what
form of
happened past.
racism.
It's a form of racism.
Sure.
But is he wrong to have it
Yes.
because of what happened? Because of the trauma he had with that?
The anecdotal experiences he had, if he's going to now take that trauma and impart it on every black person because of it, yes, he's wrong for that.
Can he, what if it just comes down to like like he has that prejudice, but he's more than willing to talk to even them without like disgust or anything like that, not with a higher sense, not with anything like that, just willing to talk even, but still has that. Is that at that point bad, or is that like
You're basically asking is there room
I'm trying to find
for
your-
progress? Is there room for progress?
I'm more or less finding your medium here.
Right, like
I'm trying to find
where's
your
the bottom limit? Where do I consider
Exactly.
racism to be racism?
Because you can't walk away at that point. You can't walk away from racism ever. Because I've had black people hate me for being white.
Sure, but that's not racism.
That is racism.
White
I
people
haven't
can't
done anything
experience
to them.
racism.
It is systematic though, because it happened in school and I was bullied by it. So it is also systematic. They didn't give me papers. The black teacher that was there that did Black history did not like white people. Didn't give me my materials for that. So already there's a problem.
That's not racism. Racism
That is racism.
No, it's not.
That is 100% racist.
This idea that says racism is simply the hatred of another race because of their race is not what racism is.
Well,
racism
he also
is
thought that.
No.
You're saying it's systematic. No, it's
a system of oppression. In order
So
to be racist, in order to feel racism, your group needs to be oppressed. White
I
people
disagree
are
with
not
that.
oppressed.
I was being oppressed in that situation even.
Bro,
So
the one indiscrepancy that you experience is not being oppressed.
that's where I fundamentally disagree with you, because at that point, that doesn't make sense. Because if X means this, then X should mean that.
You can't be oppressed when the system lifts you up.
It doesn't lift me up though.
Of course it does. You're a white man in America. 100% it does. Do you not think that white privilege is a real thing?
No, I don't believe it at all.
Okay. Describe why.
I live in the ghetto.
That doesn't matter just because you have the fundamental experience of being a white. No, you don't.
I have the same opportunities as the black man next to me.
No, you don't.
I do.
You fundamentally
I do.
don't. Black people
I do.
black people are hired far less than white people, even if they just have a black sounding name or an ethnic sounding name. They get hired 60% less than white people. That by itself already a bonus for white people finding work, right?
That's an old test.
No, it's still true today. It's still true to the day. It's been redone, and it's still true to this day.
So wait, so you're saying that stuff, but what happened to me couldn't have been racism?
It's not racism. It's one individual experience where you felt a little
but
insulted.
I couldn't get my paperwork done. I couldn't get my paper, and he gave me a C for the class because he didn't want to give me my paper because of my skin. Now, mind you, I'm third generation immigrant. Fourth generation immigrant. So I wasn't even around for slavery, yet I was still being oppressed in that sort of sense. Your logic just said that it has to be systematic. And to the individual, right? Or only to the black person?
Sorry, what? I got distracted by
You
chat.
see what I'm saying? You don't understand. Is it to the individual, or does it have to be? You have to be a minority? Because at that point, I was the minority, and I was being oppressed by that sort of sense.
It has
So-
nothing to do with whether it's it's not about
So
the minority.
it's only if you're it's not about the minority. So if I'm a white man in a black neighborhood or in a black area and I'm being oppressed, it's not racism.
No, it's not racism.
So
you
if
have
they're
to,
not
hold
gonna-
on.
if they're not gonna hire me for
First off,
being
let me ask you a
white-
question. First off, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Who invented race?
People did.
Who invented race?
People did.
Which people?
Everyone.
Nope.
It was people.
Race was created by white people specifically.
Oh no, it was
Yes,
not.
yes,
That
it was. It is a very new societal thing. In fact, if you look at the history of racism, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just do some real quick Google searching here.
Okay. Totally not going to be biased Google searching at all. Okay.
Oh, we'll look at the actual sources.
I'm just surprised that you think that my experience, it couldn't have been racism because of my color of skin.
It's not racism to white
And it
people.
was literal oppression.
It can be prejudice, but it's not racism. There is an entirely different prospect where the invention of race was invented by religious individuals, by religious white individuals to benefit supremacy of whites and to help with slavery above everybody else.
Sorry, say that again. My dog was barking.
I just got distracted too, so now I forgot what I said.
You were explaining like the definition as you know it.
Right, so scientific racism. In the 18th and 19th centuries, philosophers and pseudoscientists attempted to legitimate these prejudices by classifying humans into biological categories to claim the superiority of specific groups. White people.
So here's a question: how do you fix it? I'm telling you right now, if it's always going to be there as your definition, how are people who are black in power then?
Just because some black people have been able to succeed does not mean that. No, it does not.
Destroys that then.
No,
yes,
it
it
does
does.
not.
Because at that point, that's a superiority thing, and they're getting power regardless.
Do you know that since slavery, white people have
I have 15 minutes.
Since slavery, white people have been able to pass down wealth since that generation, since the late 1800s, since slavery was abolished. Black people have not been able to do that since about the 70s. So we're talking about one generation of wealth that they haven't been able to amass in their family. There is no generational wealth that the same white people have from their experiences back in the late 1800s that they've been able to come up. So to say that we have these same experiences now, it might be closer to the truth, but it is absolutely not the same to say that, you know, that white people and black people are equal in the United States or even seen as equal.
I'm going to be honest with you. I see them as equal regardless.
You can see them as equal. That, unfortunately, that's your anecdotal experience.
I think people in general are equal. I think it matters the principles of a person more than anything. The individual person is what matters. Whether they're good or bad, it depends on the individual. You can't really chastise a whole group for what one individual did, race, ethnicity, or anything.
Sure. So now when you ask the same question
there could
that
be
says...
a pattern. but that's as far as that would probably go.
So then now we go back to the question that you asked about, would I, if the guy, for example, is prejudiced against black people but is open to talk about it,
Yes.
is there room for growth? Sure. But there's also an understanding that you have to realize that that isn't a bad ideology to hold. You have to realize that holding those beliefs are something you have to fix. If you want to be like, you can't just agree to disagree. And this is what I'm saying.
Through, like trauma, for example, because I would think that someone as liberal as you would understand the trauma of it as well.
Right, but then trauma's not excuse. I've lived through trauma myself. I have PTSD myself.
Okay, then you understand that then.
100%.
There
but I
are
don't
things
use it
that you
as
avoid because of. There's things that you avoid because of your PTSD.
Sure.
Yes. So
But-
that person avoids specifically the black person that he.
Every
I guess
black
in some
person.
way-
Not the black person. Every black person.
I'm putting say the black person because for one thing, there are people that go both ways on this, not just black but also white. So there are black people that avoid white people for the same sort of sense that they were oppressed at some point by them. Correct? By your own definition, that's correct.
Sure.
I don't want to put words in your mouth at all
No,
either. I want you to tell me if I'm wrong with that.
Yep, you're right.
So at that per example, how is one different from the other? How are people oppressing me and because of my color of my skin not racist?
I fundamentally don't believe that.
No. Just
This is what I'm saying. I'm answering it. I'm answering it.
Okay.
I fundamentally don't believe that you can hold those opinions and actively be a contributor to a functioning society. You can say, well, they're good people. You can say, well, they do good things. But let me ask you a question. And this is also another fundamental belief I have. Do you know the horrendous things that Hitler did on gingers and handicaps and twins and stuff like that?
He killed them. Yeah.
Yeah, but besides killing them, you know the medical tests that he did.
Oh yeah. They also cut dogs' heads off, and they tested dogs as well, and all that sort of stuff. Yeah.
But you know the
Nazis did
horrendous
a lot
things.
of crazy shit
Sure, but without that, you know the horrendous tests they did, right?
on their DNA and things. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they did a lot of medical tests on a lot of things.
They burned them. They electrocuted them. They tried all different kinds of stuff to try and fix them in quotations by harming them. Yes,
Well,
I
they
understand.
also-
I've read all of that.
They also tested a bunch of diseases on
Disgusting.
them. They've also tested, like, they injected them with herpes. They injected them with chlamydia.
Well, they saw
injected
them
as
Here's
test
the thing
subjects.
about Nazis. They saw people as less than human. They also believed in what is called the Aryan race.
Sure, but
Right, and they believed that the white people that they had blonde hair, blue eyes. This is another thing down the line there that were a superior race that were better than everybody. Not just this typical white person even. Like they were the alpha white person they
Right.
thought, which fundamentally is dumb.
it's the
I'm
ultimate
gonna be honest with
white
you.
supremacy.
Yeah, like it's like the scene of Captain America coming out of the fucking pod. Mm-hmm. Like that's imagine the Nazis wanted.
Jacked
You get
up
what I'm
white boy,
saying?
you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, our perfect white man. Like, coming out of there.
They're just gooning
But
at
no,
Captain
like-
America. Goddamn, why we not get Captain Germany?
I would have shut that shit down. No way.
Why we not get Captain
but-
Germany? Goddamn.
Come to find out, actually, in that storyline, I think it was Zola B or something. It was Zola that was trying to make the perfect human as well, and they just
Sure.
the Americans correctly did the serum for whatever Captain America is. But anyways, Americans using Nazi technology again. What a road. Anyways, going back to what you said about the Nazis saying these things about and doing experiments.
Just
they were
horrendous people.
they were the de facto example that we like to use for like evil, correct?
Right. But here's my point. The only reason I was mentioning this is because there were discoveries that were made, medical advancements that were made, because of the atrocities that Hitler did at those times.
Should now listen.
My-
Because of that, should we throw those away?
Yes.
Those type of things. And see,
I do not think humanity has earned the right to those advancements by the merits of how we did it. I believe wholeheartedly intent matters.
so, but okay. So what? See that becomes a whole process thing because I agree with an advancement of human society and humans as a whole.
Sure.
So using like Nazi experiments, but not experimenting like the Nazis is two different things. You see what I'm saying?
Sure, but
so you're not hurting anybody anymore. The people were hurt, and they were hurt by bad people already. And if you
Sure.
had gotten the information and the technology from that, just from the notes themselves, knowing that it'll work to help someone else, I think for the betterment of humankind, that's a positive. Even though it was obtained through a negative person and through a negative space.
I disagree. I don't think we fundamentally
so you would
deserve
rather
that.
okay, so let's say that someone they cured cancer.
Sure.
This is a big thing here. They cured a cancer through these horrific experiments that us Americans and us people had nothing to do with.
Sure.
But let's say that somebody that you loved was about to die, and it was either you use this serum that the Nazis did test on people and found out that it did work, or not to, and let them die and let them go in peace without that sort of technology being put into them. Either way, the advancement will happen with or without it. You see what I'm saying?
Right, but the moment
just because Hitler breathes, does that mean we should all hold our breath? Is kind of like what I'm saying.
That's not the same analogy.
No, that is kind of the same analogy, because you're
Just
saying that
because
the
he
Nazis
breathes.
Yeah, just because a Nazi breathes, should we all hold our breath? That's like, it's kind of like the same process of they did something wrong. Yeah, we all recognize that. That doesn't mean that the technology out of it, we can't use this for, but we can't, does that mean we can't make it a positive? We can't help people with something like that, even though those horrible people, it's those horrible people's technology. Does that mean we can't help somebody with it and make it a positive for the world? Fuck them.
If
kind of in that way too.
If we give value to the information and stuff and education that we learn from being atrocious, that will give merit for other people to be atrocious. In the argument of
out, as long as we're not hurting people.
In the argument of, well, it's for the greater good. And although I believe in the greater good, I believe that intention to the information matters. Do you know what I mean? Like, it would be the same thing as if we found out, like, Hitler, and don't get me wrong, it's not that he was an artist by any stretch, but if we found out that he was an actual amazing artist, and he painted some fantastic art, right? And he was just an amazing artist, and he painted some fantastic murals and some fantastic pieces, right? Let's say that was the case. Would it still be okay to have a Hitler in your house?
Would it be wrong to have a painting of it?
No, like a Hitler's piece. Would it be wrong to have
his art?
Yes.
So his art should be burned, correct?
100%.
So you wouldn't keep it for historical reasons?
Nope.
You want to get rid of the whole history of Nazis then?
No. We have enough history already.
Alexa, echo. Stop.
Was that a doorbell?
We have enough history. We have enough word history, correct?
We have enough.
No example history.
There's nothing that says we can't.
There's people that
photograph it. Listen, there's nothing
right
we can't photograph it and keep those in records. But to have the actual works themselves, no, we don't need them. We absolutely wouldn't need them.
You could say we can keep the paintings and burn. We can keep the paintings as a picture reference, but burn the painting itself. That's fine. If it's gonna make you feel better, that's fine. Honestly. Like, well, if we have at least some sort of history, I'm a big person when it comes to throwing away history of any sort.
Sure, and again, I'm not saying we need to tarnish the history.
Those who don't learn from history
are doomed to
repeat it.
Sure,
yes,
and we're seeing that we're seeing that repeated already in today's environment, right? We're seeing that happen in today's environment. We had the fall of the fall of the Romans, the fall of the Mesopotamians. We're now seeing the fall of the American state, the American Empire. So it's like all of these things are being repeated, but that's fundamentally,
I think to say
why
that
I believe
it's falling is a little bit of a long stretch there. We could say that Canada is falling too, but we're not. You know what I mean?
You can't say
either
Canada's
side's falling.
100%, we can say the United States is falling.
You can't say, how are we falling? Like, what sort of thing are we doing wrong?
Your global experience is now the worst it's ever been. You're running away from the American dollar. more people are leaving the American dollar than ever before. Your
For crypto
military,
mostly.
your military has been proven to be a paper tiger. It can't even take out Iran in the couple of days that it said it was going to do it. It's now been 3 months. You're basically in a situation where you're being
I don't
led.
think you should be calling us a paper tiger, though. That I think is
do you,
not.
do you know
right.
how much? Do you know how much of your resources
know-
you guys have burned in Iran already? Do you know how long you could last in a hot war with China
in
right
a
now?
sandbox? Yeah, I know how long they've been fucking around in a sandbox. Long time.
No. But do you
They
know
got
how
a place-
long?
No, listen.
Sure.
To your positive.
Yeah.
We've been fucking around in the Middle East, just blowing shit up because it's fun. That's what they've been doing.
Sure.
And I think that's fucked up. Both people that I've talked to in military.
Sure.
Right. I have people who are veterans from both the Army and Marines.
Sure.
I need to get more friends in the Navy and Air Force really to have a full scope. But anyways, from their experience, they said yeah, they fucked around. They fucked around in the Army. It was like they found a place where they could test anything they wanted. So they that's what they did.
No. My question is, of your supplies,
But
your munition supplies, how much of your munition supplies do you think you've burned through in Iran?
How much of my ammunition supplies?
Yes. How much American munition supplies have been burned in Iran already in
Oh, a
3
fudge
months?
ton.
So how long do you think you could last in a hot war with China if they chose to take over if they chose to take over Taiwan?
Are you saying like a battle of attrition at that point? Because it'd be more of a battle of attrition because we both have nuclear weapons.
Either way you look at it, it wouldn't be a
Honestly,
hot
we
war
would
in
win
regards
against
to
China.
nuclear. You
We
would
would
not
win against China.
No, you wouldn't.
We would win against China.
It has been reported
I'm confident.
you would last in a hot war with China for less than a day with the amount of munitions that you've had to move around to Iran, the amount of troops that you've had to
Literally
move.
them messing around.
It doesn't
Literally
matter
them
if
messing
it
around.
if China was to decide tomorrow to take Taiwan, the United States could do nothing about it.
If we were so bad, how did we get Maduro if we're a paper tiger? Like I don't understand that.
Because
Like,
that's
that
not
goes
a
against two of the
big
things.
no.
So if
That's
you're saying-
that is an instigated one, like hyper, like one day pop in, get him and out. That's not a an actual war. That was a what do they call it? Like you're going into Maduro was
Yeah,
what's
but
the
that
fucking
example
word?
still applies because if we were such a paper tiger, there would be a lot more time between that, wouldn't there?
No,
Is-
the paper tiger is
Venezuela would've done
proven.
something.
The paper tiger is proven in Iran when your president has basically said we've won this war on day one, and you're still there 3 months later. We've won this war on day
Yeah,
one.
they're sitting there kicking rocks. Did you also know war creates money?
Iran is kicking your ass right now.
They're not kicking our ass right now. They are literally not.
100% They are.
They're not.
The United States is losing this war.
They're not losing the war.
Totally.
Nope.
I disagree with you entirely. Iran has been
I
planning
think-
for this for
I
50
think
years. They know
the-
exactly what they're doing. If they
I
were
think
winning
the
the
scope.
Let me ask you a
I
question.
think the scope.
Okay, go ahead. No, you
Real
go
quick
ahead.
though, this is the last question.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think that we're messing around there, is what we're doing. I think Iran is going to lose 100%. I think the battle there isn't even of attrition. It's just of can we throw this at them? Can we throw that at them?
Is that what you really think?
I almost know for a fact that's how it is.
So
and
if
I think
that was the
wherever you're getting
case-
information from is wrong.
If that was the case, then why is the Strait of Hormuz still closed? Why does Iran
They're
still hold
fucking around.
control over the
And also, they are
Iran-
being careful somewhat in the waters because they're talking about mines or something. But I'm pretty sure we can just top those.
So why haven't they? Why is he letting this happen?
Money could be that they get money from this. Just occupation. Suppression and occupation could also be a big reason why.
Except that you're giving Iran money.
We're not giving Iran money anymore.
Iran is
We
making
did.
tons of money. What are you talking about? With all of the ships that they're letting through at a $2 million value. They're making
Are they
hand over
civilian or
fist right now.
are they commercial?
Yes.
Are they commercial or yeah, of course they're allowed to go by it's commercial.
Okay, but here's my point. They control the strait. They're allowing ships through that pay them money to go through. And those are the only
So do
ships
you
going
want-
through.
Do you want them to shoot at commercial ships that are civilian?
That's not
They're not
the
letting
argument.
military by. They already said they're not letting military by.
The argument is that you said that the United States is winning this war.
But they're going to win, yes.
Iran has been planning for this for the last 50 years. They live in
But
a
you're
mountain
also-
fortress.
Also comparing the technology of Iran with the technology of America.
And the technology of Iran, the $20,000 drones that they have that are taking down your $4.5 million interceptors,
You mean
is
the ones that are being shot down
absolutely
by
destroying it.
our ARAMs?
the amount that it costs you to take down one of their drones
You're
is
delusional.
astronomical.
Dude, no, we
It's
don't
a
care, though.
50,000
That's money. That's literally money in their
And
pocket.
you're using hand over fist. They're spending 20,000.
And they
You're
don't-
spending
they have money-
4.5 million.
Then tell me, why is the dollar still the oil dollar? The American dollar is still the oil dollar.
As
they
more
spend
and
so
more
much in
people
oil.
move away from it, the BRICS organization, the BRICS conglomerate
gonna
is
have to-
becoming the main
I-
situation globally.
I want to continue this. I have
Yeah.
to go for an hour, but I will be back in an
Yeah,
hour.
yeah, sure. Do your thing.
I got you guys.
I appreciate you.
This is interesting. I'm interested in hearing this other side because, like, I want to know why you would think we would lose that, and where you're hearing that we don't have this, and we don't have that. I know Marines that tell us that, yeah, we're fucking around over there.
Let me ask you a question. How many people do you think have died in the United States? How many citizens or how many military people do you think have died in the Iran war?
How many in the Iraq war?
Iran war.
Which one?
The one that you're in now, right
Iran
now.
war?
Yep.
Um,
Because they say 13. How many do you think it is?
13. I'd have to go up with that. I
Yeah,
can't
they say 13. They say 13.
I can't say 13. 'cause
But
there
how
was
many
a dude
bases
that-
have you lost in the Middle East? Like, not just attacked, not just damaged, but
I
fucking
will leave you on that
demolished.
note. Come and bring that up with me.
Yeah, yeah,
like,
we'll talk
a
later.
little bit.
You
I'll
go
be
do
back.
your thing. We'll talk soon.
I got you. I'm just gonna mute up. I got you guys later.
For the last hope we ever had, with steel in my hand and fire in my soul, I reclaim the future, make the broken whole. Stay hunted through the ash and the grime, turning back the clock on borrowed time.
All right, now I'm going to jump back into chat. Hold on a second.
Till the last one falls. Tuesday hunter, answering freedom's calls.
Here's my main problem, Z. You're doing a lot of what's it called? What's it called? It's called what is it? Implied a definitions fallacy. You're saying just because it's defined that way means it has to be that way. I disagree with the definition. Definitions are descriptive, not prescriptive. What's up, 420? How you doing?
Tiny monsters in the margins.
If you found out someone very close to you was saying racist things and you didn't know, would you still support them? Nope.
Snacking on my
I didn't support my grandfather when in his racist old days either. I had many arguments with that old man. Has a Seminole on my mother's side and mixed race French Creole on my dad's. I've personally experienced racism for every race equally.
saying, this is all we'll ever need. Gremlins in the scroll bar, getting high on headlines, writing every rumor like a star. Gremlins in the chat box, laughing at the bad times, dancing while we're counting down the clock. If it all goes up,
It's not MSNBC that I'm running off of, Z. There's a lot of internal reporting that's coming out that's saying how little they have.
gremlins in the scroll bar, getting high, enjoying doomsday. Hey, they toast to every notification.
Hi, guy. Can you take some scroll back to read back to everyone's comments? I know chat was rolling in.
Rolling dice with the algorithm.
Yeah, it's been a good day today, guys. I really appreciate this. I really appreciate these conversations. I'm having a blast. My brain's on fire right now.
The captions, memes stitched into their coats, say if the ship is really sinking, we're throwing one last party on this boat. Gremlins in the scroll bar, getting high on the headlines, writing every rumor like a star. Gremlins
I think I just got demolished hard, stupid whales. Let's see how bad. Let's see how bad. Oh, that's pretty bad. 2.7 million to 135,000. That's rough. There's an AI summarizing? What? Wait, what?
To the high guy stream. Be our guest, be our guest. Put the high guy
Oh my god, what is this?
problem. He will
There's an AI brief update?
solve it. Drop your memes into the feed. Watch him rant for what you need. He'll debate you till 3 a.m. Then forget what side he's in. Bald head shining like a beacon. That bot got the whole chat tweaking. One droopy eye still keeps surveillance best. Life's a mess. Well, join the circus.
Oh my god.
Here is fully purposeful. So be our guest. Yes, be our guest. 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 Spam those emotes. Never rest. If the stream gets way too quiet, someone start.
All right, well, he's going to be gone for about an hour. Anybody else want to hop in to chat with me? We can continue this discussion.
Flirting at karaoke then. Fetty somehow fell downstairs while just sitting in a chair. Every night's a fever dream held together by caffeine. Yet somehow this disaster stills the best. So pull up a chair, lose your sanity then. Be our guest. Have opinions, start a war. That's what high guys yelling for.
Rumor has it Intel
Faster than his eyebrows.
is that Heracles eradicated evildoers.
Tell stories.
What do you mean, Sam Knight?
Accidentally spark a joint, then give life advice that's somehow pretty good. Mods are panicked, lights are flicking, half the viewers trauma dumping. Someone's posting curse fan art at a vest. Get through all the glorious madness. There's weird comfort in the sadness. So be our guest, our unhinged guest. Be our guest. Singing loud and staying feral. Every stream's a damn procedural. Laughing till our lungs collapse inside our chest. And when real life gets exhausting, here's the place for all the lost things. Where the weird kids somehow fit in with the rest. So raise a drink, don't overthink. Welcome to the High Guy Fest. Now be our guest. 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 Bye. Wait, is that a chair?
Why is it spawned?
Who frosted the cat? Why is the apocalypse gluten free? We woke up this morning.
John!
Toothpaste cake, door hinge cake. I cut into my phone, it's vanilla surprise. Even my tears got buttercream eyes. The mailbox moist, the sidewalk sweet. There's red velvet line in the soles of my feet. Grandma's couch, triple layer stack. I sat down once and it snacked me back. They said to find cake, we scream no dang. Philosophy class now smells like a bakery bank. If everything's cake, then nothing is real. I just high-five the croissant steering wheel. And in the distance, hear that groan. It's not your stomach, you're not alone. They smell the sugar in the breeze and they are coming for our pastry.
Now we're going to send some marches, get them up and fight some screwbids. I got a lot of troops, so I might as well go and fight them hard. Oh, oh, oh.
Icing quake, they heard we got that premium cake. Clap once, seismic mistake. Now the horde wanna taste that cake. Run, protect the cake. Booty is cake and we cannot lie. Whole squad bakery certified. Frosted confidence, sprinkle stance. Double layer, apocalypse dance. Zombie sniffing like it's that funfetti. We yell back up, this ain't
Yeah, Pixel, Riders, and Range, baby. I'm using all 5 squads. I'm a big boy. I'm a big boy now. I'm a big boy now. Wee, big boy. Wee.
Everything is cake. Sound the alarm. Zombies reaching with frosting arms. God, the bakery stand your ground.
Hi, Meta.
Cake when the hordes around.
Hi, Mate the Beans. Hi, Mate the Beans. Hi, Mate the Beans. Hi, Mate the Beans. Everything's cake and cake is life. And guard your layers in the night.
When zombies groan and the earth does quake. Clap once gently. Or you summon them for the cake.
Get these fucking guys. I'll move out of the way and let them fucking fly. Get these guys and hit them, let them fucking know that we're here. GROP is not a show.
Sunrise creeping. Golden light. Another day. Everything's right. Feel the rhythm in my soul. Losing all control. High God, soaring in the sky, no worries now. Just let the world go by. High God, reaching for the stars, healing all my old scars. Good vibrations all around. Sweetest music in every sound. Troubles fading far away. Living high,
Wonder if I can actually do all these.
living for today. High God, soaring in the sky, no worries now. Just let the world go by. High God, reaching for the stars, healing all my old scars. Every moment a brand new start, joyful feelings deep within my heart. Oh, let the sunshine fill my day, chasing all the clouds away. High God, soaring in the sky, no worries now. Just let the world go by. High God, reaching for the stars, healing all my old scars. High
What's up, Pixel? Yoo-hoo Riders. One problem, they melt when I run into Azure. Win, loss, tie.
Every little thing says, how are you? I just hum to drown it out. Count my worries on my fingers, lose my place and start again. All these little looping lingered, half thought, half pretend. Oh yeah, I am slowly going crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, switch. Spin around till the world gets hazy. Tap that same old nervous itch. If I make it
I don't think I'm gonna have enough resources to freaking heal another hospital, to be fair.
switch. I am slowly going crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, switch.
Yeah. IGG really thought we wouldn't catch on. We done been quiet. You ain't a dev, you a dealer with a screen glow. First hit free, now you tax every reload. Call it events, I call it bait on a leash. You don't care about the players, you just farming the week. Talking VIP love like we part of your crew. But the only thing you love is a credit card view. You don't balance, you break it, then you sell back the cure. That ain't game design, that's a hustle for sure. You gaslight hard, say it's fair, it's fine. Why you rig every system just to drain every dime? Then you drop fake apologies wrapped in a bowl like we supposed to forget what you did last week, though. You say we hear you, not as cap in disguise. Every fix, just another way to monetize. You love bomb, cash grab, rinse, repeat. Put a price on the grind, put a lock on the free. Say you care, but you don't, that's clear to me. You just dress up, greed like community. Yeah, you bait, then you switch, then you smile like saints. While you bleed every player to the whole server faints. You ain't slick, no. Now we see what you do. Toxic relationship, yeah, we talking about you. You nerf on my grind, then you sell me a boost. Turn a win into loss just to tighten the noose. Every update shady, every patch no fake. Improve the experience, now improve what you take. Got me checking timers like I owe you my soul. Miss a login day, now I'm losing control. That ain't gameplay, that's psychological hooks. You weaponize FOMO and you wrote it in code books. Then you blame the player like we don't understand, like we dumb to the system, like we don't see the plan, but we watching real close. Yeah, we tracking each move. You don't build loyalty, you just trapping you use limited time. Yeah, you spam that fear. Best value every week, every year. Don't miss out. Yeah, you prey on stress, turn pressure into profit, call it success. Come mail crumbs like sorry we slipped while you counting up stacks off a broken script. You don't fix, just flip the narrative quick. That's manipulation 101.
Thanks, Pizza. How you doing, buddy?
You love bomb, cash grab, same routine. Every gift got a hook, every win got a fee. You ain't fooling nobody, yeah, we finally see. You don't run a game, you run dependency. Yeah, you bait, then you drain, then you wax surprised. When the player base finally open their eyes. Now we done, yeah, the spell broke through. Toxic devs, yeah, yo, we talking about you. Uninstall don't mean I forget what you did.
Won that one. Won that one. Won that one. Lost that one. Lost that one. Won that one a little bit. What's up, Dr. Tubbs? What's up, Dr. Tubbs? What's up, Popcorn? How you guys doing?
Feeling melting in the galaxies. Coasters breathing back at me. Time drifts slow like vinyl dust. Heartbeat hums in polyrhythms. Incense draw in ancient signs. Thoughts feel warm like they're mine.
I am tired. I play so much this AR. Now I look at you.
Somewhere in between tries. Mind on airplane mode. Feet don't touch the floor. Every worry pixelated. Can't decode it anymore. Lavender
That was a fun start to the day. We had a good conversation. Kind of just moved across everything.
Faces turn into mandalas. Laugh track echo slow nirvana. Shadows dance, they know my name. Every scar just part of the frame. Thought I lost myself somewhere. Found me chilling in the air. If the world ended away, I'm busy being wide awake. Breath sync with the beat. Eyes closed, still see. Every moment stretching thin, like it's trying to speak to me. Lavender static in my brain, soft rain falling sideways. I don't need answers tonight, just the glow in the afterlife. We dissolved and rearranged, high but calm, not running away. Lo-fi dreams in purple haze. I'm okay, I'm okay. Am I the thought or the thinker? Am I the wave or the shimmer? Snuff some glow and it be feels real enough to me. Smoke spell, slow motion, peace in micro doses. I ain't gone, I just changed. Same soul, new frequency. Lavender static in my veins. Everything bending, but I stay the same. No fear, no chase. Just vibing in a softer place. Yeah. If you hear this, you already made it. Breathe out. Great.
All right, I need to go step outside for a little bit. I'll be right back.
AR time, let's get it. Wait, where everybody at? Where everybody at? Wait, drop in the zone, yeah, grow bone go. G-O-P, yeah, you already know. Munches all line, ready for smoke. Enemy scouting with a garden and tote. Crimson Legion out here picking fruit. Golden Legion farming like this is cute. We roll up deep like time to throw hands. They log off quick or go harvest plans. We didn't queue for a peaceful retreat. We came for chaos, not carrots and wheat. Got full rallies with nowhere to send them. Y'all playing Sim City. We trying to end them. G-O-P, yeah, we outside. Ready for war, but y'all running high. AR turn to 4-wheel mode. Y'all got tractors, we brought reload. Yeah, G-O-P, say it real loud. Looking for fighters, ain't seeing the crowd. Crimson golden, why so shy? We pull up once and you log off. What?
All right, I'm back. 5 rallies at 1 tire. Why? All right, who's next? We've been chatting here. We spent some time chatting. Who's next? I do not have enough resources to clear out my fucking shelter again. That's for sure. Nice popcorn. Yeah, I don't have enough resources. This is all I have left.
Woke up to the end of the world, hair in a messy bun, base on fire. Perfect, let's get
Yeah, now I gotta fucking...
dust in my lungs. You say clear that horde, I say how many tons. Zombie guts on my combat boots, grinding all day for those research boosts. You say push T6, I say yes sir. Lab lights glowing, I'm a menace, I concur. I don't want gold, I don't need gems. Just say I'm your apocalypse, problem child again. Tell me I carry, tell me I slay, tell me I melted that undead parade. Good girl, clear that wave. Good girl, base upgrade. Pat me on the head when the horde gets erased. I live for the praise in this wasteland place. Good girl, T6 online. Good girl, perfect grind. Say I'm your favorite little doom machine. Watch me wipe the map squeaky clean. Stamina low, but my ego's fed. Every nice job goes straight to my head. You ping the target, I'm already
Let's look for someone with
there.
GID.
Zombies evaporate, poof, thin air. Farming all night like I don't need sleep. Blueprint stacks getting dangerously deep. You say you max tech? Oh, that was me. Who cleared district? Me. Who built T6? Me. Who needs therapy? Probably me. But don't you stop when I'm on a roll. Say I'm the queen of zombie control. Tell me I'm cracked, unhinged, insane. Fuel my ego like jet propane. Good girl, crush that raid. Good girl, barricade. Call me your end of the world grenade. I explode when the compliments are made. Good girl, stats so sick. Good girl, that was quick. Say that's my girl in alliance chat. I'll clear 3 more hordes just for that. Say it again, louder. Tell me I'm terrifying. Tell me I'm efficient. Tell me I'm your favorite little zombie deleting gremlin. I'll upgrade faster. I'll grind harder. I'll make T6 like it's personal. District falling, I'm smiling wide. Undead screaming, that's my vibe. You drop a proud of you in the feed. Suddenly I'm speed running greed. I don't fight for loot or fame. I fight for that sweet, well-played name. And to the world, that's cute to me. Validation is my currency. Good girl, world on fire. Good girl, climb higher. Praise me up and I'll never retire. I'm apocalypse running on pure desire. Good girl, T6 supreme.
Oh, that was a good one.
Queen say, I'm your unhinged survival dream, and I'll keep this wasteland pristine. Who needs sanity? Not me. Just give me praise and watch me delete the apocalypse.
Grab your top. Let's go. Got maple syrup in my coffee mug. Apologize twice when I trip and shrug. Hockey on the TV, middle of July, saying sorry, bud, and I don't know why. Moose in the driveway, blocking my car. Neighbor climb on sidewalk, calls me a star. Poutine for breakfast, that's my plan. Ketchup chips in the glove box.
I make it, please.
Man.
Dance like a hoser, two-step boots on the floor, day in elbow.
Prairies out to Quebec. Shake that plaid, let your shoulders groove. We say, when the beat drops 10 cup up, let the rim roll spin. Oh, we dance like a hoser, two-step, once it starts, you can't sit down again. Hey! Singing old Canada, grocery store, line up real nice, then we dance some more. Black flies buzzing at the backyard jam, still flipping burgers like a campsite blam. Half the year's winter, that's alright. We got skates, we got bonfires, northern lights. If you hit the floor, we help you stand, then we all start doing that red, green dance. Oh, we dance like a hoser, two-step boots on the floor, can't help but move. From the prairies out to Quebec, shake that plaid, let your shoulders groove. We say when the beat drops 10 cup up, let the rim roll spin. Oh, we dance like a hoser, two-step, once it starts, you can't sit down again. From St. John's fog to Vancouver rain, we're spinning in a snowstorm on a gravel lane. CN Tower in the skyline glow, still do a kitchen party in a bungalow. Come on! We dance like a hoser, two-step on the floor, can't help but move. The prairies out to Quebec, shake that plaid, let your shoulders groove. We say when the beat drops 10 cup up, let the rim roll spin. Oh, we dance like a hoser, two-step, once it starts, you're Canadian within. Hey!
No. Just no. Armor crack, hell hath gone on the manor. I fight on,
Life in the smoke,
dust in my lungs.
yeah, just but a scratch. I'm still standing, swinging back, row ups, stack, turn the dirt into an empire map. Highest alliance in the world. We last, take the hit, take the loss, then we double it fast. Just but a scratch.
Watch me walk through the fire and laugh. Why not? Oh, I almost let that get too full.
That's mine. They storm the gate, talk real bold. Their courage fades when they see that gold. Hey, 'tis but a scratch. I'm still standing, swinging back, throw off, stack, turn the dirt into an empire map. Highest alliance in the war. We last. Take the hit, take the loss, then we double it fast. Take but a scratch. Watch me walk through the fire and laugh. I'm still standing, swinging back, throw off, stack, turn the dirt into an empire map. Highest alliance in the war. We last. Take the hit, take the loss, then we double it fast. Take but a scratch. Watch me walk through the fire and laugh.
What's up, D-Bad? Jesus died for our sins. Says who and why? What's up, Popcorn? RAR is garbage, D-Bad. We got one team playing effectively. Right, we got one team playing effectively. GROP, 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 GROP. So the top 12 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Half of the top 12 is GROP. Do you know what I mean? Like half of it is GROP. I know Sutnet, he's my friend. I mean, we tried, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's only as much as we can do. And my Garrison's okay, but it's not good. It's not good enough. You know, my Garrison's okay, but it's not good enough. No, both teams are, like, we're locked in here. And, oh, Crimson was allowed to build. Now they're gonna... Fuck.
sirens, world gone mad. Zombies at the gate and the base looking bad. Logged in daily, gotta claim that chest. If you ain't ranking beasts, you fall behind the rest. Red all lit up under them waves. Send a squad out, we ain't digging graves. HP low, but I'm still outside. Grinding every
Like, we have all these people standing at the gate, but nobody's, like, 1 or 2 people are coming out to fight. Doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense.
tomorrow we rise. T6 inside. Rank of the beast, yeah. Level it fast. We ain't here to play. We here to last. Unlock T6. Let the engines roll. T1 cars rolling in the war. Island Ray, yeah, we storm that shore.
I mean, it just makes it unfortunate, but what else are you supposed to do, right?
Matchmaking horrible, still we fight. Doomsday survivors, we own the night. Beast awaken, claws like steel. Max that skill tree, power you feel. Mutation cores in the grind, don't stop. Every upgrade push us straight to the top. Zombies swarming, purge the street. From that XP, don't accept defeat. Alliance chat blowing up the plans. Rally up now, full commands. Research lab, glowing red. Dreaming of T6 in my head. Speed up's gone, gems all spent. But that troop unlock worth every cent. Rank of the beast, level it fast. We ain't here to play, we here to last. Unlock T6, let the engine roar. Million T1 cars rolling in the war. Island Ray, yeah, we storm that shore.
Any additional color on the Cyber Pursuit rewards? Will the rewards roll over? What do you mean, will the rewards roll over?
Doomsday survivors, we own the night. Yeah, the matchmaking wild, unfair and rough. Whales drop cash, but we still tough. Pal gap crazy, numbers insane. Still we rally, bring the pain. Island burning, flags turn red. Archipelago filled with the undead. Win or lose, we stand our ground when the sirens cry. That's our sign. T1 cars by the million deep. Cheap to heal, so we never sleep. Frontline shield while the T6 strike. Metal so cold, yeah, we play it right. Zombies down, event complete. Leaderboard climb, feel that heat. Beast max range, stats insane. Next season up, we run that game. Rank up the beast, yeah, level it fast. From rookie days to legends at last. T6 unlocked, whole map shook. Now they all watching like, yo, take a look. Island Ray, we claim that crown. Archipelago, never backing down. Bad matchmaking, we don't complain. We grind, rebuild and rise again.
We gotta kill off a lot of troops anyway, so I'm not too concerned about this. We got a lot of troops to kill off, so.
We got plants in the corner glowing bright like a sun.
I gotta kill off probably about a million infantry overall, so.
High or sober, it don't matter. We're on the run. Ain't no mercy when the game's been spun. No such thing as puff, puff, pass. We keep it rolling, big, big last. Take a hit, don't let it crash. In this fight, we'll kick your blast.
How did you guys get all the way down there? I didn't send you down there. I did not send you down there, and yet somehow you guys went down there? What the fuck? Well, that's just unfortunate. Because I did not click to send you down there. I definitely did not click to send you down there. It was a bit of a loss for me. I did not click to go down there, but yet somehow it was like, yeah, let's send you down there. I'm like, no. Will the ghost memory stay in inventory? I'm wondering if IGG will come out with other armaments for infant riders. Yeah, they'll come out with other infaments for riders. But what are you talking about, the ghost memory? It's not going to be the same event, so clear out the event. The event will be different regardless. I should probably send out a big message to people. Yeah, I'd still use it for OC chips anyways.
Red sky over the parking lot, ash on the letters in my hands. You kiss my neck like a last resort, saying dance with me while we still can. Broken glass, glitter on your boots, sirens singing in the distance. We're laughing at the awful news, holding on like stubborn resistance. It's the last dance of the living dead. Hands up high while the world burns red. Can't kill love if our hearts still hit. 1, 2, 1, 2, we're not done yet. Oh, oh. If this is it, let it spin, my friend. Turn that fear into fire again. If we go down, then we go like this. Last dance of the living dead. Crowd moves like a slow stampede, eyes gone hollow in the strobe. They sway in tattered Sunday suits.
Give me a second, because I did some really good good messaging here. Hold on. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this.
Stay human for another song, or let the hunger take the night. It's the last dance of the living dead. Hands up high while the world burns red. Can't kill love if our hearts still hit. 1, 2, 1, 2, we're not done yet. Hey, hey. If this isn't, let it spin, my friend. Turn that fear into fire again. If we go down, then we go like this. Last dance of the living dead. Last dance of the living dead. Heartbeats sync with the ticking clock. Who's still here when the lights come off? Are we cursed or are we blessed to be the last ones left? It's the last dance of the living dead. Hands up high while the world burns red. Can't kill love if our hearts still hit. 1, 2, 1, 2, we're not done yet. Whoa, whoa. If this is it, let it spin, my friend. Turn that fear into fire again. If we turn cold, let the record spin. Last dance of the last dance of the living dead.
Warning, warning! Sugar levels critical. I just She don't enter room, she explodes in. Confetti grenades and a villainous grin. Trips on nothing, blames the floor. Starts a war, then asks what for. Crown crooked, eyeliner sharp. Lighting matches in the dark. Says I'm peaceful, that's a lie. 5 seconds later, battle cry. Glitter in her combat boots, one wing tantrums into the two. Emotional, you stable, no, but we still scream like scar. Pixel cookie blonde, turn it up and break the trunk. Queen of chaos, sugar tank, but certain in hings rang. Sparkle bombs and bunny rage, main character on every stage. Says she's online, prepared for doom. She brings the circus to the room. Logs on loud like who missed me? Cause it's drama accidentally. Calls you ugly, sends a heart, that's her love language from the start. Says she's done like every week, still first to talk, still peak chaotic. Accident, queen trips on air, wins the fight with glitter flare. Minutes, ain't energy, tiny but deadly. Cry baby warrior, feral but friendly. She's the glitch, the bug, the feature, sweet disaster, server, teacher, anti-survivor, you elite. If she roasts you, rise a tree. Pixel cookie wand, chaos crown and bubble gum. Sugar high in battle stance, whole squad caught in her feral dance. Queen of chaos, loud and proud, laughing while she wrecks the crowd. You can't tame what can't become. She's the storm and lip gloss bomb. Long live the sugar riot.
Clock hits 9. Same old crime. HG parks down, bracing for the grind. Rusted spine, concrete seat. Feels like sitting on a pile of jagged teeth. 12 hours later, still
What is good, hi guy?
Oh, you scared the fuck out of me, bro. I was so
so
focused
sorry.
on what I was doing.
I am so sorry.
No, it's totally fine. You fuck. But there was an audible like, you know what I mean? Like there was a.
You're right, liberal. I'm just like. Oh, dude,
fucking-
yeah, no, that was a good conversation I was having with you. I like
have
that
a,
shit.
I have a vein in my throat or in my neck that pops out for some reason. I don't know why, but you made it pop for sure. Oh! You know what I mean?
I am so sorry.
That's
I
all
didn't mean
good.
to start.
That was perfect.
But
You
yeah,
got-
yeah,
you got your shit
having
done or
some
what?
good conversations. Yeah, what you call it? I had to go help with a thing for my grandfather. One of the specialists came in, so I had to stay for an hour and had to stay next to him and hear him out.
Yeah, I get you. How's your grandfather doing?
As much as a person in end-stage PSP can be.
What's PSP?
It's like a form of dementia that is degenerative. It's not so much memory-wise or he's not going through like dementia, like he's not himself or like lucidity.
Yeah.
It's more of just he's losing function.
Oh, so it's like eating a different part of his brain.
Yeah.
That's
instead
fucked
of
up.
like not being instead of not being like
Instead of being crazy,
out
he's
there,
just not working.
Yeah. He's just his legs are losing its stuff. His functions are bad.
That sucks. Sorry to hear,
Yeah,
man.
so-
I'm really sorry to hear. I lost my grandmother to dementia a couple years ago, so I feel that.
He can go at any moment, but like as far as like me being next to him, I love every moment of it.
Sure. I mean, why wouldn't you?
He's
I tried to
the
do
old guard.
I tried to deal with my grandfather, but he turned out to be way too racist for me.
Mine watches Fox News. You can
God.
imagine.
Oh God. At least it's
You
not
can imagine how I
Newsmax.
feel.
At least it's not Newsmax.
True. Are you not streaming anymore? I had you up over here. Are you
Yeah,
done
I'm-
for the day?
No, I'm live everywhere. What are you talking about?
Not showing up for
talking
me
about?
right now because I had you on the thing.
Yeah, I should still be live. It
Oh, there
doesn't
you are.
say
I
I'm
got
not.
Yeah.
I tell you, man, it's Elon Internet. There's not much I can do about it.
Elon.
I live in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, and I can't get cable up here, so
go,
we've
"Hey."
got the other shit.
I got you there.
Fetty
I got
laughed.
you.
'cause
So
she
you
saw
think
me.
the United States is going to lose the Iran war?
I think that right now, no matter how you look at it, it's not a win for them. Because I'll give you an example. They've used 45% of their like long range. What was the terminology here? I just looked at. It's being reported from internally that the United States has used up 45% of its like technologically advanced like THAAD missile batteries and things like that.
Okay.
Over 45% already in 3 months.
Okay, but do you know how supply works on that?
Yeah,
Or
but
no?
do you know how long? And they're also saying in order to repair the damage that's lost, in order to replace what's been lost, would take 5 to 10 years to replace what's been
that's all
gone in 3
taxpayer
months.
money. That's again once again that's our government.
Sure,
That's how bad our government is. I'm saying bad. This is bad.
sure.
This is how they don't care. They just fire the missile.
But this is my point though. They have used so many without caring.
What does that missile cost? It costs about $2 million to
No,
fire
those
the
missiles are
missile.
more.
That's them. That's literally how America plays war, though.
Of course, they don't care about
They're
the cost.
smart, but they'd rather just win through power alone.
Well,
that's America.
the-
That's gun America, my friend. I'm telling you, it's bad, but like it's what works for them apparently.
Here's why I say that America is a paper tiger. Okay, America spends trillions of dollars now on their military. In fact, the budget was just they're looking at passing a 1.5 trillion dollar annual budget for the military. So you literally spend trillions on your military, and you can't eradicate a problem in a short period of time. The problem with the United States military is that it's all expensive, high technology stuff, but that's not how war is fought anymore.
But also,
That's how
you
war
said
was fought, but
We're
it's not.
They're also not calling this a war.
They called it a war already. They're
It's-
not
it's
calling it a
more
war
of a-
now. They're not calling it a war now
No,
because they
it's-
literally have to. They literally can't.
It's more of a occupation of the strait, or it's more of a.
Then why did they
placement.
just rebomb Iran just the other day on Memorial Day? Why did they just open up strikes in Iran if it's just about the Strait of Hormuz?
It's probably suppress. That's a motion to suppress on a nation. There, I'll admit that. But they will call that a conflict. They will call that a conflict and not a war.
Do you know why they call it a conflict
I'm not
now?
even-
but
I'm not
why
even
they
against
called
you
it
on this. I'm just telling you
hold
what they
on.
do.
Do you know why they now call it a conflict and not a war? Because one of the
Because
checks
if
and balances that the president has to do in any
Make sure
war,
yeah.
60 days, they have 60 days to pass a vote. And 58 days, they're like, the war is over, now we just have a conflict. We started a different conflict. That's what they've done.
You're not wrong there. I can agree with
So-
you 100%. That's why Maduro was captured as well. That wasn't a war. That was a capture, and that was a
Let me ask
not
you a
even
question. though.
skirmish.
Would you consider that an act of war?
Oh hell yeah!
Okay, so would they
Oh,
be
I can definitely agree with you there. That was definitely an act of war to steal a
sitting president?
sitting
leader.
Dictator. It's a dictator.
Well, sure.
But,
Sitting at the time, he's a sitting leader.
You want to say president? I will 100% fight back on you and say dictator.
Sure, you can say dictator, but
Do
again,
you
if you
like
want to
the
talk
guy
about,
then? Do you like that president?
no, I don't. I'm not saying that I do.
don't like dictators.
But here, you're
There was a
you're
really
talking
famous
about
one you like to bring up.
you're talking a lot about specifics though. We're talking about definitions, right? We've talked about definitions. So if he is definitionally the prime minister, although he's a dictator, that's fine. Would you consider Putin a dictator?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, but he's also
Putin
the
is a
president,
dictator.
right? He's also the president. Would you consider Trump a dictator?
No,
Whoa, why not? He's doing the exact same
because
shit.
he was elected.
Putin was elected originally too,
No, he got rid of his other people.
after he got
quietly.
power. He got
No,
power
the first
first.
time he got power, he got rid of them. He was a part of the KGB as well, right?
He was
He was internal already.
he was
He would get rid of
originally
his,
yes,
Before,
but in order
so
for
you're
him
not-
to
you're
take
omitting,
power,
You're omitting the fact that he did get rid of his opposition beforehand. Go ahead.
I'm not omitting the fact that he took out of his opposition beforehand. I'm simply saying that the people still voted him into power the first time. He didn't have
He got
control.
rid of his opposition there too.
He didn't control the narrative before he took power.
You don't need narrative if the people that are running against you just disappear, or don't want to because they're being threatened. That's what Putin did. He threatened them, or he disappeared them, or he would tell them, "You probably don't want to run against me." Be out of the KGB.
Sure. That doesn't
No,
change.
that's how it was.
Okay,
he
but
suppressed his opposition.
and what is Trump
100%
doing?
in
And
Russia.
what is Trump doing right
Even the
now?
Kremlin will admit
And
it.
what is Trump doing right now?
He's not. What makes you think that Trump is at that point of dictatorship?
Number one,
I
he's
think
suppressing the
the
vote.
sanctions-
He's already trying to prevent any Democrat from voting. He's going to send his private military to prevent voting during the midterms. He's already said this.
Whoa! No, he has not.
Yes, he
does
has.
not want that.
He already
no,
said.
he has not.
Yes, he had. Go back and see it.
What propaganda are you huffing there? You got to show me some proof here, because I want to see it. Because I'm in America right now, and I know Fox News is upstairs, but I don't listen to Fox News. I listen to every source that I can get my hands on, and not a single source to me says that. Where are you hearing that from?
Let's see.
He's not suppressing Democrats. He's suppressing.
Oh no,
he wants
he's
better
he's
voting.
absolutely
but Democrats
suppressing
also
Democrats.
want it too. This is honestly part of what I say is two-party system sucks. I'm a George Carlin fan. I hate government. I hate politicians.
President Donald Trump, when asked Tuesday, says he refuses to rule out deploying immigration and custom enforcement on ICE to voting locations for elections. Saying he would do anything necessary to make sure we have honest elections.
So are you saying that what's the matter with ICE being at election poll centers?
What's the matter with deploying ICE to voting stations?
Yeah, what's the problem with that?
You are now going to prevent people from voting.
How is that preventing anybody from voting? Are you
Number
saying
one-
it's because
number
of the
one,
illegal
ICE
immigration? You
no.
don't want the illegal immigrants to vote?
Number one, ICE is not detaining illegal immigrants. In fact, a large
Some
portion
of them are illegal immigrants.
some of them are,
Some of them are.
but 90% of them don't have crime against them. 90% have not committed crimes. They do not have crimes against them in the American
right
system.
now, this is where my moderate nature comes in. I will tell you right now, if you are an illegal immigrant, if you're undocumented and you're living in the United States, that is illegal to our nation, and you should find yourself documentation.
So
to
do
be
you
here.
do you consider that the same for someone who jaywalks?
That's
Do you think
different.
that? No,
Is
it's
that a
not. They're the
citizen
same.
that's jaywalking?
They are the
Is it a
same.
citizen
no,
that's
no.
jaywalking?
Yes, a citizen jaywalking. Do you think as a person who jaywalks not be allowed to have should be faced the exact same treatment as someone who is quote unquote undocumented?
That's wildly straw man argument.
It's not, because they are the same level of illegal. You consider it illegal, but it's
So you call
literally like speeding.
jaywalkers and illegal immigration. So let's say
They're
I
both
jaywalk.
breaking the same law, effectively, the same level of law. They are both
No, except
civil.
one is entering the government or entering a space
you
or
know
a
how-
nation illegally.
Do you know how most people who are quote unquote illegal immigrants become illegal?
Why,
you think they
why
just
do we have
come in?
jaywalking laws? Why do we have jaywalking laws?
Because the car
what
industry,
happens-
because the car industries, Gerald Ford specifically, basically paid the government to force, because it used to be people on the streets, and then cars came out, and they basically people were still on the streets with cars, and then it was the car industries that
Okay.
was like, no, we need the streets. It's got to be just for cars, and so it was rules.
So you
specifically
don't
for
want
that.
them to have proper signaling for people to walk.
Oh, that has nothing to do with it.
That has a lot to do with it.
No,
'Cause
no.
There are places like, let's say, freeways where you shouldn't be crossing.
Sure, but
That's dangerous.
All that I'm saying,
So-
yeah, it is dangerous. I'm not
You
saying
just-
it's not. I'm simply saying, would you say someone who
Illogical
jaywalks?
at
Would
that
you say
point.
someone who jaywalks is
Mm-hmm.
just as bad as someone who is here illegally? Or let me rephrase, it's undocumented.
So
Because let me break this down for you. Being in the United States illegally.
I feel like you don't understand how borders work. I feel like you don't like borders, which is obvious. 'cause
I
you
don't.
said it.
I don't like borders. But let me ask you a question. Do you know how the majority of people in the United States, the majority of illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants in the United States, do you know how the majority of them get there? Do you think that they're coming through undocumented?
Some come in with a green card and they don't renew it.
Do you know what the majority is? Students coming
Yeah,
on
with
student
green cards.
visas and then not
Yep.
renewing.
Yep.
But they're coming in
And they
legally.
should renew it.
Sure.
And they should renew it. Why don't you like the process of them renewing it and being documented?
I'm
That's
not
my
saying
real question.
I'm not saying don't
You're
have them documented.
attacking the argument by saying jaywalking just by borders itself. Like you're saying you
No,
don't
because
want there to be
they're both.
a
You're saying
border there.
You're saying that somebody who crosses the border illegally should then lose all of their rights, all of everything else, should then be treated like a second-class citizen. And being in the United States illegally is the
I don't
same.
think they should be in the United States if they're an illegal immigrant.
Hold on. Being in the United States illegally is the same legal ramifications. It's the same legality as jaywalking, as speeding. So to say that someone who is here, quote
You're
unquote,
breaking the law,
illegally,
you mean?
yes, but there's different. You have criminal law and you have civil law, right?
It's the law.
Sure,
Right.
but here's my point. Would you take somebody
That-
who
that
is
has a
here
lot to do
illegally?
with public order as well, but you're
let
not-
me
this
give you
isn't public
hold
order. Hi,
on.
guy.
Let me
This-
give you a question. Would you take someone who speeds, okay,
Yeah.
and remove all of their personal rights, treat them like second-class citizens, deport them from the country? Would you do that to someone who speeds?
You give people who are speeding a ticket though.
So then why don't you ticket the undocumented immigrants the same way? Because they are
What, you
breaking
serious?
the
How do you ticket an undocumented? They're already breaking the law by being here. They shouldn't be in our country if they're illegal. They're undocumented.
You
Where would
also
the
know
ticket
that-
go?
you also know that
how
most
would
of your
the
quote-unquote-
ID work with an illegal immigrant that's not IDable.
They already. Do you know that?
IDable.
Do you know that it? Oh my goodness, this is so brutal. You know that
No, you
illegal.
just- you just
know
made-
that
you just made the
undocumented immigrants.
argument.
Listen,
You just made the
undocumented
argument.
immigrants get IDs. Undocumented immigrants can get driver's licenses. Legal immigrants have documentation, are going through some sort of immigration or some sort of immigration process. In fact, a large portion of these people started going through the immigration process, realized how long and expensive it is, and then stopped doing it halfway through. But they're 20 years into their existence here, and you're asking them just to leave.
Yep. Because they
That's-
should be documented. They should have official papers to be here.
Okay, but ICE is also detaining people who have paperwork or actively going through the system. They are going
And
to.
they do. I will say this: I have seen cases where they take people off the streets for whatever reason they want, thinking that they could be illegal immigration because they hear something. This is how enforcement works. So if you have a description of a person, right, you have to investigate with that description, correct?
Sure.
And you have to do it lawfully, right?
No.
Now, let's say it's in an area of this person is.
They're
in a place
not
with
doing
the same
it
description,
lawfully.
the same- They're also federal, so they are kind of in the realm there. Yes.
They're
Some of the things that they do.
Well,
You're
they changed
demonizing
the
them
rules.
because you don't understand it.
No, I absolutely understand it. They have literally been given legal obligation and legal right to focus on people because of how they sound, not because of any other reason. You can now racially profile them based on
Now, what
how
happens-
they look and how they sound, which you are not.
What happens after they're figured out to be a citizen here, though?
What are you talking about?
Do they just keep them, throw them, kill them, throw them in a wood
There
chipper?
are citizens
If
who
they
are
find out that
currently in
they're
Epcot.
citizens?
There are citizens who are currently in Epcot still. Yes.
Are they being investigated still, or did they do something prior in the United States that made them like that? It's still in prison.
We're not talking prison. We're talking Epcot in a different country, bro. We're talking about a literal prison camp in.
I doubt that. I doubt that completely.
You can doubt it, but it's true.
Look
at someone-
If
look at
you're
someone
a US
like-
citizen,
look-
there's legal ramification if you're being held by. That's
How-
practically
look at-
kidnapping. You can get a really easy case like that.
You can, but look at Albrego
Saul
Garcia.
Goodman could do that.
Look at Albrego Garcia. Was going through the process, was documented, sent to Epcot, deported from the country, forced to come back, and was told by the government. The government was told to come back by the courts, and the courts told him, "Fuck you, we're sending him anyway."
One case.
It's one example, sure, but it happens more than you know. That's my point.
It
If
could
you
be
look
the
at
exception to the rule
90%,
there
if you
at
look at
that point.
90% of the people being taken by ICE not having a criminal record, like not having done anything
I feel like
criminal,
You're saying 90% of people are being thrown in jail.
It's
though.
absolutely
That's
true.
not how
No,
that
no,
works.
listen. No, watch. How many people held by ICE have criminal records? Sorry, 70%. My bad. 70%. 70.8% of
Still in the
individuals
margin.
currently held in immigration and custom enforcement have no criminal convictions. No
Are
records.
they held there? Oh, they're being held. They're not actually being tried, or they're not actually in prison. Correct?
They're being held in fucking concentration camps.
I don't think so. I don't think that's accurate.
This is. Then prove it's
70%
not.
of people that are they citizens?
70% of individuals currently held in immigration and custom enforcement detention have no criminal convictions.
Are they citizens?
That's all of the people there, regardless of whether
Are
they're
they
citizens or not.
It matters if they're citizens. If they're citizens of this nation, there is a big difference.
What does it matter if? What does it matter? It makes it worse if they're citizens.
It makes it worse if they're citizens. That's anecdotal. Explain.
Because we're talking about ICE immigration coming out here to get rid of the bad immigrants, the bad people. They've always said we're coming out to get the
also,
worst of them, and you've got
if you're-
70% of the
if you're
people that are
here
there.
Legally, find legal ramifications to be here. Get a green card, get a visa, get something that makes you
Now
here.
we're
if you
now
want
we're
to be
arguing
here.
not about
Do
the
you
immigration.
want to
We're
be here?
arguing
You
about.
don't want to be in America, right? You don't want to be in America.
I don't know.
Exactly. So what makes them want to be here so badly that they can't get the documentation?
It has nothing
To
because
be
number
legal.
one, it's super expensive. Do you know how much it costs to get documentation or a green card in the United States?
I have no clue.
Tens
why
of
don't they have money to
thousands of
do it?
because it's tens of thousands of dollars and 15 years of your time. The immigration process to the United States is one of the most archaic systems you'll ever get to. This is why most people haven't gone through the process, because it is incredibly expensive, incredibly difficult, and time consuming, and is incredibly redundant, to say the least.
I still think they should get the process done, no matter how much money it costs. If you want to be a citizen that badly, then work for it.
That's what they're doing.
And you
So if
don't
they're
even
spending
you
their
don't
time
even
doing
like-
it for
listen,
20
you don't
years
even like
here,
America, and you're not even arguing the side. So why not take them into your country?
we do. Canada has some of the highest immigration
Alright, then
rates
if
in the
they
entire
wanna
world.
be here so badly, then they should work through it no matter the price.
That's
I'm
what
not-
they're doing.
I'm not gonna.
If 70% of the people that we're talking about have no criminal convictions, they're not the bad people. They're, a lot of them,
Is
going
it-
through the process. But it takes 20
Is it-
years.
Is it bad that they're taking people with no criminal records? Sure, but are they still illegal immigrants? Yes.
That doesn't change the fact. So you
That's
think
the,
just
that's
because
the
they're
gray area, and
just so I can clarify.
I for and against it. So
just so I can clarify, you're okay with illegal immigrants losing all of their rights, losing all
they're
of their
illegal, not citizens, correct?
Doesn't matter. The second or the
It does
Constitution
matter.
the Constitution guarantees every single person in the United States due process.
No, that's citizens. I
No,
don't know who read
it
you the
states.
Constitution.
Read the
It's
Constitution. It
citizens.
says persons. It directly says persons.
It's for the citizens.
Nope, it's not. I guarantee you. Want to bet?
Doesn't matter. It's still for the citizens. It's made for our government, for our people,
So
for
do you
the
mean that-
people, by the people. That's
Do you mean
us.
that every single person who's visiting the United States doesn't get any of the benefits of the United States? So we don't have the
For their visa?
if a Canadian
we have deported people. I'm being literal with you, for their political opinions and their affiliations with different outside sources.
as of
So
when?
yes,
As of when did that start?
ever since we started doing visas.
No.
No, you can laugh, but it's true.
During a congressional hearing, they brought
I'm
3
trying to-
U.S. citizens on Zoom who were deported, and one was U.S. Army sent to Korea. That's what Rabbit just said in chat.
He was U.S. Army. Wait, let me see this. During the congressional hearing, brought 3 U.S. citizens on a Zoom meeting who were deported. 1 U.S. Army sent to Korea. Who messed that up? That's my question. You can still hearing from last YouTube. That sucks then.
Hold on a second. Constitution. We were just talking about the what constitutional amendment were we talking about? Was it the 4th?
Did they come back at all after they got deported? Did they find representation? You can still find representation and come back.
Right, but here's the point. They shouldn't have to be going through that process in the beginning.
That's bureaucracy at that point. That's just any bureaucracy.
I think it's the 4th Amendment.
5th is silent, and then 4th is for individual rights.
No, 4th is protect citizens from unreasonable search and seizures. No, it's not one.
Yeah.
That's not the one I'm talking
Personal.
about. Which is the one we were just talking about? The one that guarantees what?
Guaranteed citizenship?
No.
You were talking about. Oh, you said that it was any people within the United States.
Yeah.
People
But what's
being the main.
Yeah, but what are we talking about that they get? What is everyone supposed to have?
Okay, the Constitution gives everyone, even illegal immigrant. That doesn't say that in our immigration or in that Constitution.
It absolutely doesn't. I'll tell you. I just gotta. There's a
Show-
term
I
for
need
it.
to
There's
see
a
it.
term for it, and I'll show you. There's a term for when you give somebody.
Under we the people, it's citizens.
Doesn't say that. And I'll tell you the difference. There's just a
I would
term.
think it would
There's
be
a
obvious.
term I'm looking for, where
I'll even Google search with you. Hold on.
it's like where you have to give everybody their like time in court. What is that word? Due process. Due process.
Yeah, everyone gets their due process. I get that. Like even people like Maduro got due process.
No, but see the
He's
thing is,
not even from our nation.
here's my point. These people are not getting due process. They're being, for example, these people that have been deported, due process would prevent them from being deported. Right? Due process would prevent, I mean, they would go into a court before being deported. They would get their story done before being,
I've seen immigration do that before, but actually bring them to court. Some judges even hide them. I will admit. There was a case over here. I think in Massachusetts. I'm not sure. It was one of
It's
our
the 14th Amendment. Sorry. Go ahead.
It's in one of our one of our Commonwealth courts. One of the judges actually got in a lot of trouble for barring an illegal immigrant that had actually murdered somebody access to the back door. She tried to shoo him out as the federal ICE agents were trying to get him prosecuted. And then afterwards, she figured out who he was and didn't do that.
Okay, ready?
You should be able to look it up on Google.
Here's the 14th Amendment. Okay? Written right from Constitution, the Constitution, or constitution.congress.gov. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. No
Wait,
state.
say that
Just
first
hold
part
on.
again. Wait. Go back. Say the first part.
All persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens.
Born or naturalized.
Right.
Keep
Hold
going.
on. No state
Yep.
shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privilege or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws.
That if the person is born or naturalized.
No. It states
Under the born and
anybody.
naturalization of the person.
It says all persons born
It
are
states it right there.
citizens.
It says it right there.
It says all persons are who are born or naturalized are citizens, and then
Born
it
or
states,
naturalized.
and then it states, nor shall
In the
any
United
state
States.
deprive any person. They use the term citizen in the statement before to come to all citizens. Why do they change it to the word person in the second sentence if this is entirely supposed to be specific to citizens
It's
and not
still
all
specific to
persons?
born and naturalized
No, it does
people.
not. Nor shall any
It does.
state
It says it right at the
deprive
beginning. You're
any
omitting
person.
the beginning.
No,
You
the
omitted
beginning. The beginning is simply giving you a definition for what a citizen is.
No,
That's
it's
all
telling
it
you
is.
The citizen itself that was born or naturalized in our nation.
No. That's
not
all.
reading it right.
All it's saying
You're
is
not
all.
reading it right. That's what it means.
It's one sentence. The sentence says all people born in the city or in the United States or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction are citizens of the United States. All it's saying is
not all
this
people.
is the
It's
definition.
People born and naturalized. You have to be
Right.
documented. That's
No.
considered naturalized.
You're misreading this. That is simply
No,
a
you are
definition of
100%.
what a
No.
citizen is. This has been ratified in the Supreme Court numerous times. That
Yes,
the
and
Section
it still
1
comes back that you have
14th
to be
Amendment.
born or naturalized.
No,
you
want
need
to
to
bet?
have documentation to be naturalized.
Has the 14th Amendment
You're about to learn it
been
right now. Here we
ratified?
go.
No, it's been ratified. Not ratified,
Yes,
sorry.
it has.
Sorry, not ratified.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, and I've told you before. It's you're born or naturalized. Naturalized means you have the
No.
documentation to be
You're missing. That's not the point, bro. That's just the definition of what it is to be a citizen. The 14th Amendment is saying that all the rights that you get as a citizen are also attributed to any person that is in the United States. This
It's
is why
still under
every
the cause of them being born or
no,
naturalized
it's not.
in our.
If it was,
Yes, in
there
our
would
nation.
be there would be a semicolon between the first statement and the second statement. It is a separate idea. It is simply a definition of what a citizen is. A citizen is someone born or naturalized in the United States. That's a citizen.
Yes, exactly.
The next
That's what you just
statement,
said.
the next statement says any that I gotta read it again. The next statement says, no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens, nor shall it deprive any person. So it's clarifying not only do we not enforce those laws that will abridge the privileges of citizens, but we also don't deprive any person of life, liberty, property without due process
You're
of law.
still Xing out the first clause.
No,
The
it-
first
it's
part
not
of
a
the clause is
clause.
born
The
or
first-
naturalized.
The first part is simply a
It's
description.
a citizenship clause. That's what it's
sorry.
called.
You're incorrect in here. It is simply a definition
says-
of what it is.
It's not the definition. It's a clause
It's-
of.
no.
So it's prior to the end there.
So then why
you
would
have to
they
be
justify
born or naturalized.
why would they make two distinctions and say the immunities of citizens of the United
There's
States?
n-
And then why does it
there's-
say
it's the
persons
fight
of
back.
life?
That's the fight back. That's the fight back. That's the left fight back.
And
there.
no,
I'm
it's
gonna
not
be
left.
100 with you.
This is why the Supreme Court has already voted on this numerous times to say that yes, due process is afforded to illegal immigrants.
And then they get their due process, and sometimes things go wrong.
They
in the
don't
due process.
get their due
That happens
process.
too.
That's what I'm saying. They don't get their due process. That due process has been eliminated because of ICE. That's why they are deporting people without due process. They are getting
But
rid
they're
of
not
people
citizens.
without. It doesn't matter. That's the point of the amendment of the Constitution. Those rights of due process are still afforded to illegal immigrants.
To
To
Once
all
again,
people.
That's
Because here, let me give you an
100%
example. Let me
wrong.
give you an example.
okay.
I go to visit the United States. I'm within my green card. I'm a legal immigrant. I'm a legal visitor. No, hold on. I'm a legal visitor within the. Am I a citizen of the United States then?
No.
No,
You're a
I'm
green
not.
holder.
Doesn't matter. I'm not a citizen. And according to you, only citizens get rights or equal protection under the law. So you're saying that me visiting the United States,
the green card?
it doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It doesn't matter.
Documentation is the green card.
The documentation doesn't matter.
That's
If I'm visiting the United States, because you're basically
off.
saying no, it's not, because you're basically saying that the rights
You're
are
saying no, it's
extended
not, but
to
it
only
is.
citizens.
That's the example.
Does the U.S. Constitution
green
say?
card.
Hold on. Does the U.S. Constitution say anybody with a green card? No. It's just
you
like you
naturalized?
said. No, it's not naturalized. Born and naturalized
Are
in
you
the United.
naturalized? No. Right?
Am I born in
But
the
you
United
still
States?
hold-
No. So I wouldn't be a citizen of the United States.
They can also take away your green card as well and just boot you back to your country.
Sure.
They've done that before too.
But they would have to go through due process to do that. They don't just take
And
it
you're-
away. There
and-
is a process
And
to
what
do that.
what reason would you have a
The
green
reason-
card?
again,
is
the
it
reason-
for business or pleasure? They
The
even tell you
reason
at the gate.
doesn't matter. The 14th Amendment
Okay.
doesn't give any room for that. It simply says citizens
it literally
and
does. Why do you think they're
persons
getting
of
kicked out?
life. Pardon?
Why do you think they're still being deported then?
Because they're being removed because of their race.
Yep. No, not because
Yes!
of race, because they're not supposed to be here. They're not here.
Then
legally.
explain to me why we have people who are citizens who are being deported. Why are we
That's
have
bad
people?
process. That's bad due process then.
There's no
I don't know
due
why
process.
they would be. They didn't have. Did they not have documentation on them? That's a case right there.
You
That's
don't
case
have
law.
to have documentation on you. That's also in the Constitution. You're not required to walk around
If
with
you're
identification
born
on
and
you.
naturalized, how do you know someone is born and naturalized high guy?
It doesn't matter. You do not.
Documentation,
You
a
do
process
not
which
need.
they can recognize you as a citizen of the United
You
States
as a
under the 14th Amendment.
You as a United States citizen are legally not forced to walk around with identification on you. The only time you are required to walk around with identification on you is if you're a citizen who is
suspect.
going through the process, right? Who is going through the process. You're required to have your papers on you then. But the average United States citizen is not required to have their papers on them. That's part of the protections. Because if
What are
all
you
of a
talking
sudden
about? 'Cause
you don't
even
have
the
to have an
cops
ID.
I
You don't go
need
to jail
show
for
my
not.
ID. That's under the fourth. That's under the fourth seizures law. That's 100% under that. I'm not a law guy, but I know that's that.
So if I
You
don't
need
have,
to be ID'd unless you're suspected of a crime. Of
and
some
even
sort.
then, I
And
don't
you know
have
what's
to
funny?
provide my
100% of
ID.
illegal immigrants are actually doing a crime, being illegal in our country.
yes, but you're saying that's illegal and trying to take away their due process. Would you take away due process from people who speed?
Do they? Wait. There's still a process there though. They speed. They still have to go to court or something for speeding.
Right.
That's
what
due
I'm
process.
what I'm saying is, would you
You're
then
straw
take
manning.
no
That's a
no?
straw man.
Would you
can't
take
say-
their rights away? Would you simply not allow them to go to court, but just take their license away? No court date, no nothing. Just take their license away.
Big question here, because this analogy is, it has so many holes in it. For example, the guy that's driving has a license, right?
It doesn't. That doesn't matter.
It does fucking matter.
It
What?
doesn't matter. The law
What?
is being broken one way or the other. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
but one has documentation
no.
usually because it's
So
a,
you're
you need a
hyper-focused
license
on
to
just-
drive on the roads.
So you're hyper focused on documentation. So let me ask you a question: somebody who speeds, who's a citizen, and someone who
Okay.
speeds, who's an illegal immigrant, do they face the same process for
No, the
speeding?
the-
do they face
the
the same
immigrant will
consequence
get
for
caught.
speeding?
No, the illegal immigrant. I gotta be specific, not immigrant. Illegal immigrant will most likely be deported because
Okay.
he's found to be undocumented and is going to be removed from the United States.
I'm not talking about that part. That would then be being treated because
He's
of their
breaking our
undocumented.
laws.
Are they going to be treated the same
Are you
based
gonna cut
on
me off? Are you
speeding?
gonna cut me off because I'm giving you the logic of what you're missing?
You're
Is they
Okay, go
are
ahead.
illegal immigrants. They are not here legally. They are speeding. We have a big problem with illegal immigration up where was it? They were giving truck licenses to illegal immigrants, and
that's
they were driving
not
trucks.
illegal.
I can't find a mid ground with you here. This is so
It's not.
way
It's
off.
not illegal. They have states that will give
That's
people
so way
driver
off.
that gives illegal gives undocumented immigrants driver's licenses. There are states
Some
that do
states
that.
do, and
Sure.
that's illegal federally.
Cannabis is illegal federally, and some states do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have a problem with that too, just as bad as you do.
No, I don't
illegal
have a problem
immigrants?
with cannabis.
Oh, why not? They're both doing the same thing. It's both breaking the law.
One's a person, one's a plant. Hi, guy. I'm very liberal when it comes to that sort of stuff. Too,
When
'cause my friends smoke a
70%
lot.
of the people don't have criminal records, what's the problem with them being in your country? You know that illegal
So what are
immigration
they
is a
get-
net
so
positive
why are
for
they
your
arresting-
economy, right?
Why are they not arresting? Why are they arresting the people for the plan, and not the plan itself? That's your analogy here. That's like the backwards logic that I'm hearing. So you're saying the illegal immigrants should be here legally because
The majority of them are fine. The vast majority are fine. In fact, illegal immigration is a mass benefit to the American economy. It brings in more money than it takes out consistently, which has been reported on. I mean, just recently there's a huge one that just came out.
Go back real quick to your speeding thing, because I want to understand your logic behind this. So the guy speeding,
Sure.
who has a license, who will be tried and have that due process that you were talking about, right? It's supposed to be equal, you said, right?
Do you think that the person
Okay.
who is driving and speeding, the citizen who is driving and speeding, gets a driver's license, drives, speeds, gets caught? Is he going to face the same punishment for speeding as what an illegal immigrant who also got his driver's license legally within the state, but got speeding?
Huh?
Do they face the same law when it comes to the speeding itself? Not the deportation because he's illegal. Just the
Okay.
law of speeding itself. Do they face the same problems?
Do you know? Hold on. Now, do you know if the illegal immigrant with the license got his license fairly and correctly?
That's what I'm saying. He
Was
got it
documented
legally.
with it? No. That's the caveat here. You're saying that some states allow that. That's mostly
Yeah.
far left Democrat states. I live in Massachusetts. I know that is the case.
So?
And by the way, I'm a moderate center. I'm not right leaning. I'm not left leaning. I'm moderate center.
There's
The
no such thing
facts
as moderate
matter
center.
To this. There is. The facts of the matter are there. So he is an illegal immigrant with a license, but he is still doing something illegal. Do you know what that is?
Sorry, repeat yourself. I phased out there.
So he is an illegal immigrant with a license, right?
Uh-huh.
But there's something that I said in that sentence that something will happen to that illegal immigrant because of this.
Again,
That
you-
will make
you're-
it different from the guy that with the license.
You're
It'll
saying
make it
just
different
because
with the guy
he's
with the
illegal.
license that's a citizen.
You're saying just because he's
illegal.
quote unquote
Yep, there you
illegal.
go.
Okay.
There you go.
But here's
He
the
didn't go through the due process, so
Here's
he
the-
gets
here's
thrown
the-
out of the country.
Okay, but he is supposed to have his due process. If what you're saying is the illegal citizen, right, for breaking the same law gets worse punishment, we treat him differently to the other one, then you're
We
saying
throw him out of the country. Yes,
no, but
I'm just saying what we do, and it's true. We if you're an illegal immigrant and you're found to be caught doing something illegal, even like that, you get found.
tell that to the citizens who get deported
even
without due
people-
process.
They're
The
not
citizens-
citizens; they're illegal immigrants.
We've already given
They
you
have to be
examples of
illegal
other.
immigrants.
No, they don't have to be illegal immigrants. That's what I'm saying.
Those are tentative examples, and I honestly don't know all the facts in. I'm gonna be real with you.
Look, the fact that
So there
there's
could be
even
some-
one is a problem. You shouldn't
I think
have
that-
one.
I think that's a very big thing to say, that there shouldn't even be one, because I think that as humans we're not perfect like that to be completely perfect.
And again, the U.S. Supreme Court has cited that the 14th Amendment.
I think there's exception to rules. I think there's examples that are opposite of what people could do. So I'm going to be real with you. We're not all the same intelligence level. We're not all the same when it comes to that.
Oh, sure, I know. I look at the
So-
average. I look at the average
Yeah.
person and realize half the
So
people
when
are dumb.
when examples like that come up, I like to say that's the exception rule, and I hope he gets his due process, as you say, and I hope he comes back and maybe settles,
But
gets
let
a
me-
settlement of some sort. But I'm saying, if you're an illegal immigrant and you're here illegally doing something illegal, usually means you're doing something wrong and
Do you-
doing something against the law in our country.
Do you know Kilmar Abrego Garcia's situation?
No, what's the situation?
Oh, basically,
Is he an illegal immigrant? Or is he a citizen that got caught by ICE? Because, like I said, this could be an example to the rule again. It happens. And I hope he goes through due process, or I hope they give them due process and he comes back if he's a citizen.
No, he's actually not a citizen. This is my point. They didn't give an illegal immigrant due process and was told to bring him back so that they could do that. They brought him back and then tried to try him under human trafficking charges, which the judge then threw out of court.
If you're being tried, that means there's some sort of due process there.
No, he was then brought back to be specifically charged by the U.S. government for something that the judge threw out because there's no evidence. So he was an illegal. He was an illegal immigrant.
Decision.
He was an illegal immigrant who was illegally deported because he wasn't given due process.
Wait, no, he's not. That was his process. If he was illegal already, he's not supposed to be in the country.
No,
regardless.
see, because this is my point. He was going through the process.
In the Constitution. I know you said in the Constitution. Wait, hold on. I'm going back to what you said in the Constitution because you're warping this in a sense that you're not understanding. Illegal is illegal here. Like you're a Canadian. Illegal is illegal here, regardless. And this is the consensus of what it is. And if you're a citizen here, if you have documentation, you should not be deported. That happens. If it does happen, hopefully they go through a due process to come back and get a settlement or something like that, because that's wrong.
Sure.
I will say that right now that's wrong.
Sure.
If you're a full-fledged citizen, that is wrong. But if you're an illegal immigrant, right, you should not be in this country unless you're doing something to become a citizen or naturalized.
Okay, well,
you're not born here. You're not born here. I'm sorry, that's not racist. That's not anything. If you're not born here, if you're not trying to become a citizen or naturalized, you should not be here. You should be in your country. You should be somewhere else. If that's too hard to understand at all, then maybe they should go through the process to become a citizen or find some way to, I don't know, marry someone here. I don't know how that works anymore, but like find some way to become naturalized.
Let me just
I don't know if you know the concept, but I don't like borders because I'm not a big conspiracy guy, so I really think that when the towers fell was from the illegal people coming from the southern border up to destroy the towers.
The Twin Towers you think were from the... Wait, what?
Yeah, the guys that were here, you know, the Middle Eastern guys that took out the towers, that hijacked the planes and blew up the towers?
Yes.
Like, that's like where it starts. Like, I never will forget that because I remember the day it happened.
Right, but you think that was because of the southern
illegal immigration. That was because of both illegal immigration and because green card holders opened the door for these other guys that came in and did a terrorist attack on our soil and in New York. Yes, I believe that did happen. Call me crazy, but I think terrorism is bad.
That has nothing to do with terrorism.
It does. It has a lot to do with terrorism. There's a lot of terrorists that want to come into our country through illegal means and do harm upon our people and citizens.
How many do you think, of all the illegal immigrants, how many do you think are, quote unquote, these bad people, these bad immigrants that you're talking about?
Many. There's a lot of MS-13 members that go through this process.
Give me a percentage of all of the illegal immigrants that you have in the United States. What percentage do you think are quote unquote bad people?
Do you want me to prosecute the individual, or do you want me to prosecute them as a whole?
What do you mean? I'm just curious for a number. What you think?
Because there are immigrants here that are MS-13 members. I'm gonna go with the gang that's south of us and likes to traffic people in. Right.
Sure.
Now that's very illegal. They shouldn't shouldn't do that.
What do you?
They come in. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what percentage of people do you think are gang members or MS-13 members, or they're in the United States to do nefarious things? What percentage of the illegal immigrants do you think are nefarious people?
Ballpark numbers, probably around 20 to 25%.
Okay, 20 to 25%. I'll give you that. I will grant you that.
Grant me that, but I will also say this.
I will grant you that.
If you're here illegally, you should not be here.
That is a very blanketed statement. You realize, like, again, most people are there illegally. Most people are there illegally. Most people are there illegally, not because of choice.
You're here illegally. You shouldn't be in an area where you're illegal.
Most people are not there by choice. Most people are there by.
If I want to go to, let's say, Roswell, and fuck around, why can't I?
What do you mean?
If I want to go to
the military place,
an army base. If I want to go to an army base and I pop over a fence, What's stopping me? Should I just be able to do that?
No.
Should I fuck around with some of the nuclear reactors?
What does this have any relevance to what we're talking
There's
about?
reasons why. There's reasons why. Like, there are a lot of illegal immigrants that do harm. There's also some that are passive and they don't want to, but they're still here illegally. And the distinction between the two is a very, very thin line.
So you
and it's gray even.
So you assume that, just give me 1 second here. I just got to clarify something. So you think that someone who is here illegally and an MS-13 member who is here illegally are both equally bad?
I think they're both here illegally.
That doesn't change anything. Do you think that they should both just be removed from the country?
Well, if they're here illegally,
you're hyper focused.
That's the line.
You're hyper focused on this
line.
Right,
why
but
can't that be a
because
reason?
it's not a criminal. It's a civil
Tell me why
case.
that can't be a reason.
Because it's a civil case and a lot of people aren't here by choice.
Yes, they are. They walked over the border to be here.
They were here originally and their green card ran out and they don't have a choice to go back. A lot of people...
What do you mean they don't have a choice?
I'll give you an example.
They can be deported. They can deport them back.
Let's talk about Kilmar Obrego Garcia for a second. The reason why this is a big deal is because he was an illegal immigrant. They were allowed to deport him, but he had a specific order not to be deported to where he was deported to. And they specifically deported him to the country that he was not allowed to go to. Okay? So again, we have no due process even with illegal immigrants. And the reason why I'm focusing on this so heavily is because your distinction is...
What's his name? Carlos?
Kilmar Albrego Garcia.
Kilmar?
Yeah, Kilmar Albrego Garcia. Donald Trump says that he's an MS-13 gang member, which has never been verified at all. They deported him illegally. They were forced to bring him back. Then as soon as they got him back, they charged him again with human smuggling, which 6 days ago a federal judge dismissed. So
so here we go. This is from CNN, left-leaning. Judge dismisses charges against Kilmar Obrego Garcia. This is due process because judge dismissed it. This is judicial.
These are the due processes, not on his illegal immigration and him being deported. These are the charges, the due process on him being.
Are you gonna let me finish the story here?
Go ahead.
Keep going. Go ahead. Oh, okay.
My apologies.
Yeah, so he was brought up with criminal charges again under the administration of Trump, deported to El Salvador last year, right? But he came back, correct?
Yes.
So then he got his process done after being deported. This is just literally fucked up. If he was deported and he was a U.S. citizen. When transported back to the U.S., it was immediately charged with 2 accounts of allegedly transporting unlawful migrants in 2022. His attorneys fought the charges, saying he had attorneys, part of due process again. You have to have some sort of representation. Never represent yourself.
You're conflating two situations.
Hold on. I'm reading the full context, and this is on CNN. This is left. This is your side.
We could disagree with CNN anyways.
No, it's true. Like that's CNN and Fox News are way two different sides of the thing. It's right and left. Well, I wouldn't even say Fox is left or right. It would kind of be like weird, but it would be closer to like there's some things they don't say that they should say. It's annoying how they don't, like, something goes on and it has to be race involved or something. It's so ridiculous. That's mainstream media for you though. Hold on, let me complete this. Administration, public and private missteps on how to handle the matter. Yeah, because you guys fucking suck. Government. The objective evidence shows here that Abrego's successful lawsuit challenged his removal to El Salvador. So he's staying right now. So he's a citizen.
He's not
a citizen. The government would not prosecute. So he must be getting deported then if he's not a citizen. If he doesn't have a green card or is not a citizen, he's going to be deported. That's just how laws work.
You'd think
in our country,
wouldn't you? But again, due process.
No, it's if you're a citizen or you're welcome to have. I know you're Canadian. You're reading the line like that. It's not even literal. It's just how it is in our country. Where if you're born or naturalized, you get that. Like if you're fully a citizen here, you get that sort of stipulation.
If that was the case, then why did the U.S. Supreme Court rule multiple times that that's not the case? That it's afforded to everybody.
then why are they still being thrown out?
Because
Either way, if you're illegal, you should not be here.
This goes back to the original question of why I don't think ICE should be showing up at voting polling stations. If they are allowed to literally take you away just because you're Latino or just because you have an accent, even if you're not, let's say, for example, you're a citizen.
I feel like that's,
hold on. Let me
that's-
explain something.
Hold on. I feel like that. No, now you're stipulating. You're
No,
saying
no.
that. Oh,
This is
they're
what
gonna
is
be
already
Latino.
happening.
You don't know that.
Yes, that's what they're doing.
That's not what they're doing, dude. There's no way.
The United States Supreme Court has allowed ICE to literally racial profile. Literally racially
out if they're-
profiling.
To
They
figure
can
out
just-
if they're legal or not.
Right.
You know what? I'm for that.
Really? So let me
them
ask you a
racially
question.
profile.
You have one day.
No. You know why? You know why I'm for that?
Why?
You know why I'm for that? Because then process will happen where we will find out if they're a citizen or not, and they should be treated fairly.
So then why see, if you're only racially profiling Latino people, why aren't you racially profiling white people? You know that white people make up a large percentage of the illegal migrants too, right? Europeans,
I'm pretty sure they would
Irish,
do both.
No, they're not. That's my point.
I think they would. I don't think there's enough bad examples or good examples to say what you're saying is wrong. I think there could be.
Then why are there not more white people in these concentration camps?
Is there any white people in the concentration camps?
That's my
What
point.
constitutes them for being white?
If they're all Latino, or if they're all people of color, or if they're all minorities and they're not white people,
That's just an easy dunk then. If they are illegal.
this is my point. But here's my question, right? Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
You say, what's the problem with sending ICE to the polling stations? On the surface,
Yeah.
it looks fine, right?
On the surface, I think that they're just sitting there and they're not trying
Sure.
to stop people from voting.
How long do you have to vote?
We have about a week, normally.
No, on voting day? How long do you actually have to vote on voting day? 1 day.
Oh,
You can do
that-
mail-in
once again,
voting, but he's
it's
trying
usually-
to get rid of
all.
all.
Usually a week across the nation. There's a week where we vote, and every
And you mean to
what's
tell
the
me
term
taking
here?
3 days or 5 days or what could be a week out of someone's time to verify, quote unquote, if they're a citizen doesn't prevent them from voting?
I mean, you can also use the mail-in votes too.
No, you can't. He's trying to outlaw those as well.
He's trying to, but
And
look at that.
they're being, that's what I'm saying. They're being disregarded in a lot of these votes.
I feel like what you're saying though could come up as a case later on, like where if someone was a citizen, they were profiled for being Latino and was unable to vote, use
Right.
their rights. I think that could be a case in that case.
Are
so
you
I can
willing-
tell you saying it's a.
Let me just ask you quickly. Are you willing to risk your midterm elections on these cases?
I don't care about fucking politicians. I hate politicians. I hate the whole political standing.
Sure.
To be honest with you, so
But how
it
do you
doesn't
fix
matter
it?
who's elected.
How do you fix
anymore. It really doesn't.
Oh, no, it absolutely does.
It doesn't.
There's currently...
Nobody is competent anymore. It seems.
I disagree.
I didn't like Joe. I don't like Trump. I didn't like Kamala. I don't know what they're gonna do with Vance. Oh my.
No,
That's-
I think
this is what I
the
mean.
newer people that we have to look down to or look up to are the younger progressives, the AOCs, the Mamdanis, the actual progressives who are actually making
I don't like
change
any
and
of them.
actually turn. Why
I don't
not?
like any of them
Why?
because they don't have good standing.
How do they not have good standing? Explain.
Explain to me how Mamdani is great.
The amount of good that he's done in New York already in such a short time is phenomenal.
He still hasn't fixed the homeless population.
He's been in there for 3 months?
Okay, so you're saying that
And
he's
in that
done
time,
good.
in that 3 months, he's eliminated the entire $12 billion deficit. He's already got agreements for free childcare. He's already got plans to open up state-run or city-run grocery
And
stores.
he also said you have to have a license to shovel snow if you're going to be helping shoveling snow.
If you're going to get paid by the government $40 an hour, yeah, you have to have a license.
They're not getting paid $40
Yes,
an hour.
they were. They were getting paid
They were
$40
not
an
getting-
hour.
they were volunteering, and you had to have they had to have a license to shovel. I don't know where you're hearing this from, but I'm close enough to know. That's not true. Maybe some people that were actually on
New
the clock
York
are
City
maybe part of
paid emergency
DPW
snow
there.
shovels $30 per hour during major blizzard clamps with an overtime rate of $45 per hour for hours
Was it-
worked over 45 hours in a
Was
week.
it citizens or was it DPW? Because I'm pretty sure it was DPW that had that 30-hour stipulation. Or $30 an hour, I should say, not 30 hour.
To apply
$30
for
an
and
hour
participate in this seasonal work through the Department of Sanitation, applicants had to meet the following criteria. Be at least 18 years, eligible to work in the U.S., be physical capable of performing heavy labor. That's it.
stipulation. So they were part of the DPW at that point.
So they're getting paid to shovel snow. They have to apply for the job. What's the difference? They're not just volunteer. It's not just like they're like.
Some
it's
people
not.
volunteered, yes, and you still had to have a license to do so.
That is so
And if you're working for
bullshit.
them, that's, dude, I know.
No,
Dude, I
I'm
live right
saying
next
that's
to New York. I
bullshit. As
know.
if it didn't happen. That's bullshit.
It did. I can assure you it did. I live in America. I
Doesn't
don't like
matter
it.
if
I
you
don't like the
live in
government. I
America.
know better.
That's just
I know
saying that
better.
you're saying that just because I don't live in America, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yes. There are some things you don't know what you're talking about.
That's
in this
entirely
conversation.
incorrect. I run on statistics and facts, and unfortunately, it seems like you're running on.
Well,
more
apparently, when I
feelings.
told you that like you have to be naturalized and a citizen, that doesn't matter.
Because you're misinterpreting it, and the Supreme Court already says yes, you are misinterpreting it.
Show me the case law again, then, because I want to see it. I'm telling you right now, they are literally throwing people out for being illegal. I will say that. That's positive. If they're doing that, and you're saying that they're still citizens, and they've literally made case law over it, and since its executive branch overrules that, regardless, Trump will say get rid of them illegals, and that's what they have to go through. That's why ICE is here. It's because of Trump. That's what's gonna happen. And I think, to myself, if you're illegal here, you should get documented as soon as possible, because they will throw your ass out. Rip Bozo.
Hold on a second.
Because every law thing that I know, they didn't have that, by the way, that you're looking up. Make sure to send me case law so I can read over the paperwork. Thank you. I appreciate it. If you want, actually, I'm going to search with you. It's kind of dickish of me that I'm not. Both sides is always good. I'm also applying Occam's razor, the simplest. So there we go. So the due process clause applies to all persons within the United States, including aliens within their presence, lawful, unlawful, temporary, or permanent. So if they're here,
if they're here illegally.
so it'd be Zadev V. Davis. Let me see this. Jurisdiction. Oh, in an attempt to re-enter the country. So they already had been deported and they came back and they got due process. That's what happened. Okay, here, I'll send you this. So this was under the attempt to re-enter, they got due process, which is so like our government. So yeah, that's I guess after you come back and do something illegal again, you get due process.
You get due process all the time.
I honestly agree with you with this part, but that's not what any of these cases are showing her now. I'm sending you them right now. It looks like if you try to re-enter, you get, I guess, due process. So held Texas salute within local school districts, not legally admitted into the United States with authorized school districts and most such children low proportional clause under the 14th Amendment. Once again, aliens plaintiffs they should make claim that the benefit of the equal protection clause. So that's under that protection. Deny person. So they're siding with what you said, but some of the federal framework is just saying deport them.
That's what I'm saying. So he's being told that he has to allow them due process, and he's basically just, fuck you, we're sending them anyway.
Key rulings. I'm going to tell you key rulings real quick. Brown versus Board of Education, Loving versus Virginia, and Reed versus Reed. So these are all cases from 1954, 1967, and 1971. So what's seems to be overwriting this, which is fucked up in my opinion, and I'll agree with you on this part, is that their due process is being taken because of federal stuff.
Interference, that's right.
Why? Yeah. And since ICE is federal and they're arresting them with federal agents, he's obfuscating it. I'll say that's fucked up. I'll say it.
This becomes my purpose. So if all of a sudden we allow these people to basically police the voting situations,
yeah.
Number one, it's illegal.
Okay.
But they're gonna do it anyway. Number two, it's absolutely going to suppress the vote. Both the people that go in general and people of color. Because if they can racially profile people, if they are allowed to racially profile people, they are going to simply delay people and prevent people from voting by simply, oh, we want to verify that you're a citizen, and that could take a week.
Hold on one second, I'm reading more on this. Because it's citizenship status, so that'd be the same as saying that you were here illegally, but you still have to go through the process. 100% on your side there. Strict scrutiny used to discriminate based on race, national origin, or allegiance.
Yep.
You know what? I agree. You're gonna hate me, but I agree. I agree that. I agree. I know I'm gonna sound like a horrible person right now, but just to keep people safe, and I'm all for safety. I think there should be people that you should look into, and I'm not saying race-wise. I'm just saying in broader space, everybody, just to make sure they're all citizens. Like that's under the umbrella of citizenship.
But you realize that it's also in the Constitution that would prevent any form of poll tax or any form of that type of thing before voting, which is exactly what forcing voting right citizen or like voting.
I mean, if they're just
ID would be.
If they're just profiling them and throwing them in without even knowing if they're a citizen or not, that's probably where I had the problem. Or
which is
if
what
they're coming
doing.
up to the polling, if they're coming up to the polling and asking for identification, that's already a problem because some of the states actually have laws that state you don't have to identify unless you're unless you're not convicted of a crime. If you're if there's suspicion that you did crime or there's a crime that happened that you're suspicious about.
Sure.
So that's that. However, this is where you're gonna get mad. And I don't like it, but it's welcome to the United States. Because it's federally done by ICE, this is where they fucking gray zone it, and they still do it.
Sure.
Because if it's federal, they can ID you at any time, which is
no. But you do not have to have identification. You do not, as a citizen, are not required to walk around with identification. They do not have the right to they do not have the right to just identify you at any time
unless they
have probable cause, and now they're given probable cause because of someone's race.
No, not because of the race. I think it's more along the lines of because they
what? No.
Power.
Read the thing you just read. Read the thing you just said. What have they been given power to do?
For the strict scrutiny, for discrimination based on race, national origin, or allegiance.
Right. So now they can literally racially profile and ask for your ID. And as a citizen, you're not required to give it. And by the way, a driver's license is not ID. Do you know what I mean? Like a birth certificate is what you need.
it's still considered ID.
No, they can even say that's not good enough.
Lineage. Sorry.
They can say that's not good enough because even as a non-citizen, you can get a license or an ID.
Yeah, but you're still illegal.
It doesn't matter.
That's
It doesn't matter. The point is, if you as a citizen are not required to walk around with identification, if you're a citizen, let's say you're a citizen who's Latino, and you get stopped at ICE immigration, or you get stopped at the polling station, and they say, show me your ID, or show me your papers, or show me, and you show them an ID, and they say, that's not good enough, come with us, you're a citizen. You don't have to provide your right. Even if you say, I don't have to give it to you, that's not good enough, come with us. Now you're being detained specifically because you're Latino. And now you're forcing Latino people or people of color to walk around with their birth certificate, which a lot of people can't actually get or don't have anymore.
What, for just birth certificate wise?
Yes, for birth certificate wise.
Because it's usually in their country.
Yes, but even if you have it when you're here, even if you are a citizen, do you have your birth certificate?
Do I have mine?
Yes.
Yeah, it's in the file cabinet right next to me.
I don't have mine. My wife, I think, has mine.
I think it's...
no,
that's the file cabinet.
There is a huge portion of individuals who do not have their birth certificate because they don't think that they need it. But your
Actually,
identification...
Hold on. I actually have to check and see if I brought it home. Good news. Good news. I brought it home. Okay, I didn't forget it, because if something happens to this guy, I gotta make sure I know where it is.
But again, it's one of those situations where a lot of people don't have access to their birth certificate or even a passport. And it's a huge problem to go get a passport. It's expensive and a time problem to go get a passport. I don't know what it's like in the United States, but for us, it's incredibly hard.
If they want to be citizens that badly, then they can do it. Or they can go back to the country and make it a better place. Like ours. I'm sorry, that's very American for me to say. And very asshole-like an American asshole, but I mean...
Do you know what that means, though? And I hate to be this guy, but do you know what that statement is? It's super xenophobic. To say, if you don't like it, go somewhere else is super xenophobic, especially since a lot of these people can't go somewhere else.
I will, if that's how it is, if that's how you see it as, then I am super xenophobic then. I will fully admit that, because that's my mindset.
Yeah.
Because we have such a good country, and you hate us. Mind you, you hate our country.
I don't.
Well, our government. Do you hate our government?
I hate what it's turning into. I think America...
So essentially hating it.
No.
Essentially.
No. I hate the perspective of what it can become. I look at the United States right now as being on the absolute precipice of a cliff. They've got one side where I'm seeing them fall into the abyss. Okay? And I see this happening because, like we've talked about today, there are very little checks and balances. Ones that there are, he's ignoring entirely. He's basically pressing every system he can to break the system anywhere that he can to take advantage of it. So I'm seeing the fall of the United States empire, and we're seeing people devolve away from, like Canada. We don't have near the relationship we have with the United States. We don't rely near on the United States as we used to, which is a great thing for Canada, but it sucks for the United States. You look at the opinion...
Here in America, we're told that all of Canada is usually on the bottom part of Canada itself.
Sure, but that's not for any other reason. That's not for any reason other than the fact that the most of the stuff is heavy forest. We've got more. That's why we give you all of your lumber. Because all of our shit is forest and lakes and wild stuff. And we only have, let's be honest, we only have 35 million people in the entire country. You guys have 335 million.
Isn't it like 70 to 75% of the country, though, is on the border with the United States?
Well, we live a couple hours from the border. That's irrelevant.
I mean, but if it
that's just because that's
wise.
No, but that's just because that's where stuff was set up, right? When the settlers came, and we haven't had the 300 million people, right? We only have 35 million people in our entire country.
There's parts of Alberta that you guys still kind of go out into, so.
But I mean, most of the stuff is all middle of the provinces and lower. I absolutely give that, but of course that's also closer to where a lot of trade was happening, right? There's a lot of trade that happens between the United States and Canada. So it made sense to build stuff that way, to build foundations that way. But that doesn't mean that that's our only answer. And with the current state of what has happened in the United States, we have taken a huge portion of the business that we would do in the United States. We've taken it to Asia. We've taken it to the Middle East. We've taken it to, places like Pakistan, places like China, like all these other places that we don't need to rely so heavily on the United States, which is going to be a bad thing for the Americas because we provide a shit ton of energy for you guys. We provide a shit ton of materials for you guys, right? And we used to provide that shit for free. Well, it's not free anymore. There's costs associated. So everything's always going to be more expensive now.
I'm trying to remember if, because I remember Biden took the pipeline from Canada that we were doing, or I think it was either Canada or Alaska. They were bringing that down.
Yeah, because it went through.
It down.
Well, it was also because of the Canadian side of things. They didn't want to have because it was planned to go through some heritage in Native American or Native Canadian sites, indigenous sites. Mm-hmm. So they were in a long, arduous battle with the Native communities, the indigenous communities.
My fun fact: my heritage is actually Native Canadian. I know. That's actually one of the reasons why my grandfather has his problem right now is because of the tribes. They had like a sickness that went around with their people, and they actually gained like this problem.
Yeah.
And it's actually a part of the
like it's genetic type thing.
Yeah.
Genetic predisposition.
I said is it inbreeding? I think that hit the nail on the head.
Whoops.
But yeah. I was like, is it, wait, you said genetic? They're like, yeah, it's some sort of genetic alpha. I was like, is it inbreeding?
No.
Don't tell me that it's inbreeding. No. And they looked at me and they kind of looked away, so I think it was. It's kind of scary to think about that we got something like that in our family line.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. My uncle dropped dead one time. His heart just literally exploded, and then we all, like all of the men in the family were like, shit, we gotta get heart tests. Because I guess his heart exploding was genetic. So
that's a big thing though. But as you were saying, the pipeline was going through.
Yeah, it was going through in like indigenous land, and so there was a huge fight between the indigenous people in Canada, anyways. So there wasn't much of a. I don't think there was much of an uproar when Biden was like, "No, we're not going to do it," because like again, the process of all of it would have been so horrendous to have to deal with.
Trump would have just been like, "We're doing it anyways."
Yeah, exactly.
Steamroll the Native Americans. That's how he is.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, it doesn't matter. You're not white. I don't care.
I have the biggest donger than anyone.
Everything is so beautiful.
Points.
My penis is
My
so
hair
crusty.
is so wonderful. I'm the youngest I've ever been. I fucking hate it.
It's a gorilla. It's a gorilla.
That's my blank man over there. Blanky.
That's my black man over there. Like, what the fuck?
That's what he said, dude. I hate how he said that shit. I was like, bro, we have a meme president.
It's I don't know, man. I think he's literally, because I mean, he's been in the hospital now like 4 times in the past 3 months.
He's completely fine. He's just getting checked up on his little boo-boo that he made in the shower.
Yeah, he's
getting checked up. His wiener got bigger. That's what the doctor said. Bro, you're dying. You're like 70-something years old. Stop with these old people becoming president.
He's like 80-something. He's like 88, dude, bro.
They're all old, bro. 70, 60, anywhere 60 to 90. Get the fuck out of office.
Look, here's my point. This is my point. If we force retirement on people to working jobs at 65, why the fuck don't we do the same thing in politics? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Forced retirement. 65, congrats. It's the way I look at it at communism. If you win, or not communism, capitalism. If you earn $1 billion, right?
What's the difference?
Well, here's the difference. If at $1 billion, right? If you earn $1 billion in your life, you should stop at 999 million, and you should get a plaque that says you beat capitalism. You know what I mean? And then 100% of everything you make over 999 million.
Xbox achievement gets popped in your new.
That's what I'm saying. You should walk around with a badge. You know what I'm saying? Like you should walk around with the I won capitalism badge.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like that's, and then 100% of everything you make over $999 million gets donated or gets taxed or donated to charity or put towards curing world hunger or all this shit. Because let's be honest with one thing. There is no way there should be one person worth $1 million. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There should not be one person who's worth millions dollars.
Dude, I think that's like you know how you go back to the inheritance thing with like people are being rich from the backs of like slavery and stuff from back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a lot like off the backs of people that are just normal people, a part of like the cog. I mean, you're like working them to the bone.
Yep.
But you're also not willing to share the benefits of it. You did, but on the other side of the coin, it's like the risks for the higher ups is the thing. Like, but at the same time, you're making so much money, like. You can't really.
This is why capitalism is a failed system. Capitalism is based on one ideology, right? Capitalism is based on one ideology.
On one hand, capitalism is a big thing about like I understand your communism. I'm a big fan of like Roddenberry and like the whole Star Trek stuff, dude.
Sure.
Like I love their capitalism. Like it's not capitalism, their communism. The way that they think and the way that like you're joining the army and the way that everyone's fed and everyone's like happy type of thing in that sort of sense. But then you go out into space and like there's all the problems, whatever. Like that part I understand of communism.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing with that is like you don't have the replicators. You don't have like the things possible for communism. Just like in capitalist societies, you have these rich people that are just like they're like royalty at some point, and they're just assholes. And there's nothing you can really do about it except sit there and feed off of that and work for them, which is super fucking annoying because what if the guy at the top is just a pure dickhead? Most of the time they are. They're just some narcissist that got their way through lie, cheating, and stealing fucking things.
Which is kind of funny because this is my fundamental reason why I don't believe that religion is a thing.
Now, see, listen, I don't have an opinion on the economic type of thing of capitalism, communism. Communism, I know has killed a lot of people and has failed in a lot of countries, but it promises things that like will get better at some point.
Let me test you a little bit on that theory. You say that communism has killed a lot and failed in numerous places, right?
Yes.
When in human history has communism ever been given a fair chance without meddling from capitalistic outsourcing?
What is a fair chance?
What do you mean, what is a fair chance? How long has capitalism been a system?
No. What is a fair chance? What do you mean by just by capitalism existing that it's oppressed communism? Is that what you're saying?
Capitalism and communism are entirely at opposite sides.
I remember Russia
not communist.
Russia was communist at one point.
No, they called themselves communist, but they were definitely not communist.
Well, again, even by themselves calling themselves communist and
yeah, but that would argue that Germany's Nazi party was socialist.
To them, they were.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, you gotta understand the times there. The times change different meters of things and meanings of things as well.
They were using the term...
They called themselves socialism. They called themselves socialist, right? They were socialist to their nation. That's what they understood it as, but it really wasn't, right? That's what you're saying?
No, I'm saying they called themselves socialist to simply take advantage of the socialist movement that was happening throughout Germany at the time.
Yeah.
So they weren't socialist. No, they weren't socialist. They were
them.
hijacking the socialist name for clout. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, but then are you saying it's the same with communism in Russia? Because what Russia did was it just flipped the whole thing and got rid of the farmers.
What do you mean they got rid of the
farmers? The famines that they had there were immense when they didn't have enough food or anything like that because the government kept taking from the farmers, and at some point they took so much from the farmers they starved and killed them.
Hold on a second.
Just like I could go to Mao Zedong, but that one's too obvious.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't.
That's like part of your like capitalism thing there too. You have points there as well.
I don't think, like I said, I think where we're gonna differentiate is the definition of the term.
Like of communism? I know.
Yes.
You're Marxist, right?
I would consider myself more accelerated communist. So like, not necessarily Marxism per se, but more like, communism.
So my friend had a really funny joke about Super Malcolm X.
Sure.
Like super communist.
Mm-hmm. Super Malcolm X.
Dude, yeah, he was really into Malcolm X's stuff. He was in my school for a while, and he actually got into the whole like Black Panther movement and how Malcolm X was actually like he was like putting forth ideas that were good to the point, but also he didn't like white people at all. And my friend even said, yeah, that's kind of like where it went to, but you know, Super Malcolm X wouldn't discriminate. He would just hate the government really very much. But yeah.
Yeah,
that's the whole point.
But
So
again,
it's like super communism.
Sure, but here I guess here's my
just
point.
Perfect, right?
Here's my question, right? When I ask if communism has ever been given a full chance, right? We can give examples to where communist, like individuals who claim to be communist or people who define, because we have to realize that communism wasn't really truly, it's not really a defined thing. It's got some, it's like fascism, for example, right? There's no definition of fascism. There's like, you know, people say 14 tenets or 15 tenets of fascism, 12 tenets of fascism, something like that. But like the definition of what is fascism is really kind of broad. So to say something was communist, I think is kind of is sad or is incorrect, just because capitalism has always been the fundamental system that we've been thriving under or living under. Pardon me. I wouldn't say thriving. I definitely don't think humans are thriving right now. But it's always been so. Like every society, even let's say for example Cuba, right? People talk about Cuba being a socialist country, right? Cuba was going through a situation where before the United States got involved in Cuba, they had like 100% literacy rates, 100% education rates. They had like some of the social systems that we look for. Now, don't get me wrong. Yes, it was mismanaged by a couple of corrupt individuals at the top, but there was absolutely benefits of the communistic environment before it was influenced by the capitalistic Western America. And I think this becomes the problem, right? So when we talk about communism, I think the hardest thing to say is that there's never been a time where communism has been allowed to thrive when the entire global climate has always been capitalism for the last, 500 years or something like that, right? I mean, basically since we got rid of monarchs, right? So how can communism live in a capitalistic environment? I don't think that it can truly.
I don't think communism would work in any sense unless we lobotomize the people at top, because there's always somebody that has to be on top of communism, and it's usually a corrupt individual that starts it. No, I'm not saying like your form that you're thinking is wrong. I'm saying like there's no way for it to work because the morals that people have and the fact that there are people that are always striving to be on the top.
Well, I wouldn't have a top.
Just like capitalism.
That's the thing, is I don't have a top in communism.
You cannot not have a top.
Absolutely.
People are arrogant as all fuck. You can't.
It doesn't matter. There's no validity. There's no value given to. There's no value, because here's the thing: communism doesn't give value to the individual progress. So if one person, for example, is like, "Oh, I'm the smartest and best and everything, and you need to follow me," I mean,
which is a human thing.
His information might be there, but it would never be it's not concentrated power. Communism doesn't have classes. It doesn't have, right? It doesn't have a leading class. It doesn't have a dictating class.
Everyone helps each other.
Right. Everyone's working for the common good. So it's, to each their own, each their progress, to each their own, and something like that, right? So it's like what you can create, you can,
trade's more open, and you can give
bartering and all that kind of stuff. The point is
for basic things.
The point is this:
I get the.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, even the control board, or the quote unquote people at the top, it's not concentrated power at the top. So it's not like in the United States where you have the president, and then you have the judicial, and then you have the executive, and the executive and judicial, or the executive and the judicial and the other branch are supposed to keep the executive in check, right?
Legislative.
Right.
Yeah.
I think we both forgot legislative. That's funny.
Yeah, I don't know why I keep forgetting that. That's fair.
We both did. But it's not where you have one hit. Like, ideally, the American government system is supposed to be 3 individual branches of government. Right? Mm-hmm. Yes, the president is technically overseeing everything, but he's not supposed to have, right, dictatorial control on everything. He's supposed to have these checks and balances, things to prevent him from doing things, right? These democratic things, which I mean, again, we could argue that they're here, whether they are or not is an entirely different conversation. The big thing that comes back from communism is that you wouldn't have that 3-branch system where one person is sitting in one, a group is like, it would be basically a communal, right? Where every vote matters, every voice matters, right? So it's not like it's a select group. And if there is a group that sits in the lead, it's not like we have now where there's no term limits and they're like, you'd have, maybe you serve for 1 year, maybe you serve for 3 years. It's not a voluntary, but a random selection from people. Do you know what I mean? So it's not like...
Now see, human nature goes against that whole premise.
I disagree. How does human nature go against that? Human nature is based around society and community.
It's morals. You're basing this on people that have perfect morals, which...
Not at all. I'm saying a random choice from the populace.
Even random. How do you know that you're not getting a dictatorous person that wants that position for power, starts using it for power?
If we give 100 people... right? Random choice, give 100 people the chance for 1 year, 5 years to sit on this discussion board, right? Well, they decide and things, but they've only got 1 or 5 years or however long it is. And there is no, there is no concentrated, like, there's no benefits to it.
While this is happening as well?
What do you mean being supported? Like financially?
Not financially so much as like with a house and food, at least, like the basic needs, at least for this.
Everybody is
represented.
There's no money. Everybody is. Everybody's provided with housing. Everybody's provided with food. Everybody's provided with water. Everybody's provided with everything.
That'd be really hard to even do.
Not at all. We have more. Listen, we have more resources on this planet that are unused. I'll give you a statistic that's really scary, but it's absolutely. It proves a huge part of my point. How much food is wasted in just the United States every year?
How much what again? Sorry?
Food.
Oh, a lot.
The U.S. wastes nearly 30 to 40% of the nation's entire food supply.
Yep. I wouldn't doubt that.
Okay.
I know many
year.
Places throw just like fresh bread and not even fresh bread, like semi-stale bread they'll throw out, and I'm just like, yo, you could like fry that stuff up and do different stuff with that. What are you doing?
Right, but because of reasons, because of profit 100%. Margins. Right, but this becomes my point. With the amount of food that just the United States, this is just the United States throws away 30 to 40% of its food supply. Right? You can't tell me we don't have the resources or the means or the capabilities to extend that 40% of your food supply to people who need it. If that was the case, then why do we have people going hungry in the United States?
It's for the same reason I explained to you that there's the problem with communism, because we have selfish people in the United States. What's to say there's not going to be someone selfish in communism?
There is no such thing as selfish. What are you being selfish for?
I'm not agreeing to either side here. I would say both fail.
Sure, but let me ask you a question. If all of your stuff is taken care of, if all your needs are taken care of, right? Your food, water, housing, all your basic needs.
Food, water, housing. Okay.
Well, not just that. I mean, I think internet now is definitely needed.
Fair.
Heating, right? Gas, energy, that kind of stuff. Travel, right? I think a car is needed, especially nowadays.
I think house, shelter, and food is all you need. Well, house, shelter, food, and water is like the basic what you need.
Well, if we had good public transit or cities that were built around that type of thing, I would agree. But because everything is built around individuals owning a car, I think we would have to have transportation as well. Because otherwise, you have no access to resources.
Puts hand on your shoulder. I don't get out much, but
I can't drive in my basement, bitch.
Come back.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I can't drive down here, buddy. There's rats.
I
literally caught a mouse the other day down here.
Listen, the only driving I do is GTA. What am I talking about?
That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, I can't. This is partially my empathy and partially my pessimistic nature, or just, I guess, nihilism. But like, growing up, I don't trust people. Like, this is my whole point, even to like the greater thing of like, your idea of communism sounds super freaking good, but that's only if the ideals and the morals of the group work.
Sure.
Like, I can see it breaking down so simply because one jackass decides to be like, you know what? Let me get this food. Let me get this food. Let me get this food. You want food? You want food? Well, you have to give me all that over there because I need all that over there.
Yeah, but
and
here's the thing.
It becomes that problem that I'm talking about.
Right, but you're
'Cause
talking
people
about
are like that.
You're talking about people taking advantage of resources, right?
Even with a smile and being kind. And if you come up to somebody and you say, well, you're taking too much stuff, then you're policing them for that stuff. It's like,
no, but it's not that you. It's not like, I think you have a misunderstanding. It's not like you would just go up and collect however much of the shit that you want. You would have like an amount being
only the
given
amount
out.
that you need, right?
Right.
Exactly.
So you'd be
That-
given
that's
what
the-
you would need. So the fact that he
regulates
would
that,
be.
then?
Well, I mean, you would have regulating forces for all of this. I mean, just like any other type of regulation system.
So what happens if someone doesn't get what they're due? Do they just tell another person, or they tell the council, the 100 people you're talking about? I'm not trying to pick any fault in here. I'm just curious on how this sort of structure would work.
Sure. Well,
Because
you would obviously, like I said,
don't trust people. Give it to someone who doesn't trust people already, because my
Sure.
life has been fucked up by people before.
Sure.
And been fucked by people. Hence, hello, basement.
Yeah.
Anyways, like, you get what I'm saying. Like, I've been in that sort of situation where this communist thing, I have morals myself. I can say to myself, I would probably fit fine in there. Like, I would be more than happy to help these people to do this communist type of thing.
Sure.
But I also know human nature. I'm under that philosophy constantly. I'm under that.
So let me ask you a question. Because I get your perspective, but I need to ask a question. Do you think humans are naturally bad? Like, do you think human nature is naturally intrinsically evil?
My hope, and this is just hope, and this is, I'm going to put a point to this hope as well, is that they're not. I would hope they're not.
What's your belief?
My belief is yes. I think there's evil. I think there is bad.
Oh, I'm not disputing whether there is bad. I'm asking whether you
Well,
think
that's-
the average person is bad.
Average person?
Like, if you were to take
think
10
they're more-
people in a room, do you think 5 of those people are immoral?
Can I say selfish?
Do you think being
Can
selfish
I
is
switch
immoral?
immoral for? In some ways, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's very human to be selfish. I think it's very human to put one over others as
Sure.
well.
But let me ask you a question.
Not saying that you're better. Not saying that you're better. Once again, I don't want this to turn into the race thing, but
Sure.
You as a collective, if you're smarter than if you're the smartest person in the room and you know it, you know what I mean. What stops you from becoming that head? You know what I mean?
Well, sure, but this comes down to where we were talking
that's-
previously, right? And this is why
You get my
I
point there.
100%. But this is also why I fundamentally believe that there are a lot of this would come down to us realizing, like, the biggest change in humanity would have to come down to us not having this ideology of us versus them. The reason why Star Trek works, the reason is not just the replicators. It's not just the abundance that they're living in. It's that they literally unified under the ideology of no wars, of peace, of, diplomacy, of exploration over everything else. These are the fundamentals that they agreed with. Now, that doesn't mean, right? The prime directive. But this is my point. So they unified under an ideology that's not us versus them, but instead us and them. And this becomes the fundamental idea. So in order for capitalism for communism to work, we have to first move from this us versus them mentality, which is the root of selfishness. Because if you think about it, selfishness is simply us simply trying to survive. That is our natural survival mechanism. We don't have enough for us. How am I going to live? That's what it is. Right? That's what it is.
Just real quick, what Fetty Sketty said.
Sure.
About this sort of conversation between me and him, it's gonna be uncomfortable. I'm picking his mind, he's picking my mind. At the end of the day, I love this guy. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, this high guy, pre-human, best human. Okay, because we both want the same thing. We want good. We want people to be good people and to be fair and to be comfortable and to have what they want.
I think
I mean,
the fundamental difference is, like you said, you believe that humans are inherently bad.
yep.
I believe
I think there's
I believe that
there's
humans,
psychopaths. I know that there's psychopaths that kill people. So I know
There-
there's
there
that out
are.
that are natured.
right? There are some people like that, but I believe wholeheartedly the average human being, the average person you walk across, the vast majority of normal people or people that you come across on your day-to-day basis are morally just, are morally fine. And yes, there is space for us to be bad, which is absolutely true. There is potential for us to do bad. I don't think that that is the case, and I'll give you my reasoning why. If we were inherently bad everywhere, if humans in general were inherently bad everywhere, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Do you see what I'm saying? This conversation wouldn't be happening.
Yeah, but that's us fundamentally. That's our.
So do you think
individual-
that we aren't part of the average? Do you think that we're above average?
in some ways, yes, because it would be very different if I was not myself and I came at you as someone who wasn't as versed and as I guess.
Sure, the Dunning-Kruger effect is a
yeah.
massive thing. Don't get me
Oh,
wrong.
yeah.
I believe that.
And
right?
that especially when it comes to that, I fight flat earthers. That's one of the things I do, and I try to respect them with all that I can. But then they start ad homing like crazy, and I just say, "Well, why do you feel like I'm retarded? Why do you feel like I'm this? Why do you call me like the F slur, for example?" Like I asked them why would you say that? Why would you do that? And they're like, because you are one. And it's just like that sort of talking happens. So like me and you right now, I'm respecting you, you're respecting me. I may say you're wrong with something. It's more because I'm in a place of what you're talking
Sure.
about. You know what I mean? And I've seen many of the things to people in my span of even being in school and things like that. Like I didn't like government wise as well. And let me tell you, it's bad. But getting more on point, it's more of an anomaly than you think, especially with how low the bar is going, at how these people are thinking. Because I know people that believe in every conspiracy. I know people who believe in 2 conspiracies. I know people who believe in no conspiracies and trust whatever the mainstream media says.
Sure.
So I'm in the type that like you can convince me, and I'm not arrogant, and I'm not. I don't lack the hubris to form, you know. I to form around someone else, you know what I mean?
Sure.
I don't want to be that person that like doesn't know how to move or how to be wrong.
Right.
However, there are people that are like that.
100%. I see that in myself
it's sad.
sometimes too. I mean, look, I'll be honest. I see it in myself sometimes too. It's hard for me to admit that I'm wrong, but I do it. Right? It's hard to admit that we're wrong, but we do it. And I think the hardest part about it, but this is why I think that people, for the most part, the average person is good. It's that the outliers who aren't are just the loudest. That's what I kind of think it is.
I don't like annoying people like that. Like the way that you put it, the way that our back and forth is, it's very natural. That's what I like. I don't like people that just say, well, you're a piece of shit, Z, or like, this has happened multiple times. You're a piece of shit, you're this and you're that. And I go, but why? Why am I this if I'm just thinking this way? I don't think, just because you like communism, just because, this is counter what I think usually. So just because you like, once again, caveat, I can be convinced otherwise if it's a good enough argument. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So, like, communism, the way that the deporting people work, the way that our government is, we both agree Donald Trump is a fool.
Sure.
Thank you. But you get what I'm saying. Like, it's that sort of fundamental mindset that I'm sorry when you say that people you want people to be good natured. I have seen the opposite so many times, and it's not rare anymore. I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah, but you have to remember
it's
there are
uncommon.
There are 10 billion people on the planet.
Yep.
To say
I know
that
a lot of bad ones.
Yeah, but to say that just because you've experienced a small, like, I don't mean to be that guy, but unfortunately, anecdotal experience doesn't trump, and this is unfortunately where the like we were talking about trauma and stuff like that earlier, and maybe your racism
that has
is
to do
based
with
on
the
trauma,
environment.
right?
The environment I was in too. 'Cause
Sure.
I was in an environment where it was championed to act this way towards my persons.
Sure.
Of my race and color.
Yeah,
But yeah, keep going. Sorry.
I lived in the same. I mean, I live in Saskatchewan. We had
opposite-
something called the. They had something called the. What are they called? Star. The Star Trips or something like that, where the police here would take Indigenous people in the middle of the
There you
winter
go.
and drive them out in the middle of nowhere and drop them off without any clothing or anything.
Then you get it. You get my point.
Totally. I totally appreciate, that understanding. And so this becomes a lot of it where I'm looking at it going, it's more an individual person doing bad things versus the vast majority of people doing bad things. Because I look at it this way. If we were inherently bad, right? If we were inherently bad, we would never get to a point where we would be trusting people enough to create communities, to create societies, to create villages, and subsequently cities, and subsequently megatropolises. You see what I'm saying? If people were inherently shitty, breaking your leg would be like if a horse broke his leg. You'd take him out to the pasture and shoot him. But we inherently give a shit about people to the point where we will take care of somebody with a broken leg so that they don't die. That's what empathy
We have
is,
processes,
right?
yeah.
Right?
We
So
do have societal processes, which I like.
So I look at it and say yes, and again, I agree, people can be bad. And I think the depth of how bad people can be is atrocious. We see this every day, right? We see the amount of war crimes or humanitarian issues or any of that kind of stuff that happens on a day-to-day basis. Like I said, even in Iran, right? I'm not defending the Iranian government. I know that they're atrocious people, right? I know that they've done some atrocious things, and the depth for that pool is crazy big. But I think if you take the average
damage
person,
they do too, though, you got to think about it.
100%.
The selfishness and
Yep.
how they do actual harm. I'm
but
not,
these are
again, I'm going
individual
back to
peoples, right?
Yeah, I'm going back to we're just going down the list here. We're probably going to open up to questions probably after this, but just as a general thing, we both agree with that. I think physical is the worst when it comes to it. I think if you're just talking shit and you're just up in someone's face, you're not punching them or anything. I think that's easier to deal with. 'Cause I just walk away. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know you're probably a little bit the opposite. You think something should happen societal, or do you think law should go into that? I don't want to talk for you.
Do I think that there is a place for law in communism? Is that what you're asking?
No, I mean, like, let's say that there's a civil disagreement,
Sure.
and one guy obviously has a bad ideology of something, right? But he's not like forcing it to people, but he has it,
Sure.
right? Should he be thrown from the communist society, or executed, or thrown in jail, or rehabilitated in some way, or?
I would look towards rehab of some kind. I would look towards some sort of educational process. Some sort of
like a reasoning thing, like to show him reasoning, like why it's bad and stuff like that, like trying
right, like basically
figure out
give him the avenues, give this individual the avenues to be able to work in society, to be able to fit within society. And again, I'm not saying that we need to thought police people, because of course there is
Fair
a
enough.
difference. There's a difference between the beliefs that someone holds and the beliefs that someone will act on, right?
Yes.
And I
Yes.
think these are fundamentally different. So I think this is going to define a little bit more of a disagreement beforehand, because like I think there is definitely a difference between the
I do
thought,
not like thought policing.
right, and the action, right? So there is a certain prospect that says if you hold these beliefs, it's fine as long as you don't act on them, right? I can appreciate that. But if we know that this person is like, if we know that a person has fundamental different beliefs, then there has to be some process for them to understand what the society is based on. And if they don't agree with it, I look at it like an alliance, right? Like I play this game called Doomsday Last Survivors. You see me. It's 180 players on a team, right? 180 players on a team.
I sat here. Hold on. I sat here and I went through the ending of Fallout while I was watching you play Doomsday.
Nice. Man, Fallout is such a good series, bro. I'm telling you.
serious game. I was playing the game at the time. I think I was playing the end of 4, and I was just like, this is still a piece of shit. But
That's so
I didn't. I love Fallout, but they do all the wrong narrative choices. It's like the side quests are better than the main quest, and you're just like, why didn't they just incorporate one of these side quests to be like the main? Because it's so much better than having to find your father to find you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or you as a father finding your son who is now older than you, but yet you were frozen. It's like, guy. Like, sorry for spoilers. You know what? I should have apologized. Sorry for
What are
spoilers.
we talking about? No. This
Fallout
is Fallout
games.
4. There's no such thing as fucking.
It's also Fallout 3 there too, but like,
You can't spoil something that's old. Come on.
oh my god. I'm gonna be honest with you. One thing though is I think we need to see more like Star Trek communists in like games and stuff.
100%.
Because I think like replicators and stuff that were always awesome. Like even in Star Trek, like the stuff that they had for like people, just basic living stuff that people were getting in these stuff.
Well, this
I know you're gonna probably hate me for this, but there was some things that the Empire did that was okay.
look.
You gonna hate me, guys.
It's not necessarily that I'm gonna hate you. I just might
if you
vehemently
ever
disagree. But like,
if you ever read the nuances to the Empire and certain things that they actually did to help people,
right?
Dude, like that was like so fucking choice.
There's,
yeah.
I mean, there's, like I said, there's always going to be good to everything. If you look, for example, even if you look at it during, and I don't mean to bring it back to Nazi Germany, but it's just such a relevant experience.
Sure.
Nazi Germany was great to the Nazis at the time. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was great to the Nazis at the time. It was not great to everybody else. And I think that's kind of what the fundamental part comes into, right? So when I look at Star Trek, I mean, like I said, the one thing that makes Star Trek so good is that it moves the discussion from us versus them, which is what we're having right now, right? Everyone says, well, it's us versus them. It's left versus right. I'm on the middle. I'm in the left. I'm center. I'm this. Like, it's always, we have to find a group, and then we have to find someone else to compare ourselves to. And I truly don't believe that humanity is going to have our together moment until we find life somewhere else. And I think that finding life somewhere else will be a big awakening where we go, holy fuck, it's now us versus them. You know what I mean? Like, that becomes the us versus them. And that's some unity
We just leave,
versus
we leave
what we
all
have.
the stupid people here, and we just leave. We just get up and leave. We just, us smart people that aren't, like, violently angry and throwing ad homs at each other, we just get up and we leave.
Just
and we have reasoning.
Yeah, just leave.
Really,
Well,
unreasonable
Elon Musk wants to
people,
put a million people on Mars, so we'll see what happens.
Go Mars. Let's go to Mars. I'll bring my mom. My grandfather. I don't think my grandfather. Honestly, I don't think my grandfather will make it, but we'll try.
Well, it's a 6-month, 8-month trip, right? So who knows?
Yeah, I don't care. I'm already in a basement. Well, not most of it, but a good amount of the time.
Yeah, what wouldn't be wrong about floating around in a basement? That'd be kind of sweet.
Exactly. We'll just be in a tin can going to Mars with Elon. He'll be at the helm. Robo Elon will bring us.
Yes, if
bring us
Elon's
right-
flying the thing himself.
Elon, so how fast can this thing go? Elon, do you just hear me tapping his fucking
Yeah.
brain thing? And then he just turns over and says, get back into your seat. Buckle up. Okay, cool. And I
Questions at the end of the ride. You're like, wait, what? No!
what's this rocket made of? Just start knocking
Fiberglass?
on things.
Yeah, fiberglass. It's like that deep sea fucking one that imploded or whatever it is. Fiberglass.
Yeah, I'm just like, are we running economy? I didn't get my peanuts.
You're like
Let me tell
9
you,
months
the
into the
rocket-
trip. 9 months into the trip. Can I have a Diet Coke? We're out. Fuck! You guys didn't plan for this? What the fuck? What am I
Please tell
flying?
me the Cheeto machine is still working.
What am I flying on? Spirit Airlines? What is this?
The coffee machine is just water. You just see everyone crying.
And then you get to Mars and realize there's nothing there, and you have to like wait 2 years to make the trip back.
You just start playing the Diggy Diggy Hole song from the dwarves because you have to start digging.
Oh
Into the
god.
service to find water.
Oh my god. I was just thinking about it. I was listening to a YouTube scientist talk the other day about the trials
The
and
Earth is
tribulations.
flat. Yo, ban that person right now. Their
Earth is
opinion
flat.
is not right.
Yeah,
Get
that's
them
right.
out of here.
They're not
Tar and
allowed.
feather them. Run them through the streets.
Distracted from the society. Re-education camps. That's what we'll do. No, wait. We can't. We can't do those. We can't do those.
So this is the shape of the Earth, or else. And you just see them in the background punching the Earth, and we're just like forward. You know, like The Office.
Yeah, the
like
guys-
The Office when they do like.
Yeah, it
I
punches
think
the
our
wall.
re-education's working very well.
Yeah. You got,
Just like
you got a
nodding
guy.
at the camera.
You got a guy standing behind everyone at the desk, making sure that they put the answers right, or else no.
The guy is just like looking around the globe, like, how does it work? He just starts screaming in the background. You'll figure it out. You'll fucking figure it out. Yeah, so it's going really well.
Yeah, it's going really well. Oh shit.
I can't wait till he launches the rockets.
How do rockets work on a flat Earth? I don't get that.
They don't.
That's what I'm saying. Fuck! My computer just
Everywhere is
crashed.
north and everywhere. Well, everywhere is what? Everywhere is south and everywhere is north. It's the weirdest thing I try to explain to people.
Well, no,